is that we have to go to a higher order than this. We can't use reason on somebody that's not valuing reason in the decision-making process. If you really want to have reason,
I do value reason. It's just we're talking about something that is not
lighter and faster and stronger.
No.
Just why?
All right, welcome to a late night edition of the Non-Sequitur Show. Not a usual late night. I usually do After Dark, but this is not an After Dark episode. That kind of is going to be tailored more for UFOs and paranormal and weird stuff like that. I'm going to be doing lucid dreaming coming up with somebody as soon as they have availability. But this is kind of a change of pace. This is something I usually have on my primary channel, but I thought it was interesting enough to, we'll do it on the Non-Sequitur Show again. Not the first time, won't be the last, because this topic keeps coming up at least once a year. It's an annual thing. But I have guest on, Jason Jewell. By the way, it's not related to Eric Wolf Blitzen Jewell. I know somebody's going to ask me that. They're not related. At least I hope they're not related.
Not that I know.
You're not related. Okay, if you know who he is, you're going to know why I said that. But Jason is a professional illusionist, sleight of hand artist, stuntman, public speaker. You're just like a model. You're like a little bit of everything, huh?
I've been illusionist my whole life and kind of peppered different things throughout there, but always loved academics.
Do you like card magic? Before we even talk about what we're going to be talking about tonight, do you like card magic? Because I love card magic.
I do love card magic, yeah.
I can't do any of it, but I'm so fascinated by it. I really am. The amount of skill some of that stuff takes, it boggles my mind how many hours somebody has to practice to do a very simple things.
There's especially like the crazy card flourishes people are doing nowadays. It's pretty impressive.
All right. So anyways, you had reached out to me.
Yes.
Very cordially on Facebook, and it was in regards to the phraseology of agnostic atheism. You had kind of
yes.
Go ahead, tell what story. Tell how you kind of got a hold of me.
Yeah. So we've been Facebook friends for a while, and we like to debate about a lot of things. Debating's really fun. A lot of academics in the community love to debate, and this has been an interesting topic of discussion, I'm sure, for a lot of atheists and theists, and it addresses the nature of belief, I think, because I think this applies to any proposition or belief, any true or not true proposition, which is, I would say that for any belief, and this is defining belief as accepting a claim, statement, or idea as true, or comporting with reality. For any given belief, you either accept it to be true or you don't accept it to be true. And if you don't accept it to be true, it could be because you believe it is false, or because you're simply not convinced it's true, but you're not convinced it's false either. And if you do believe it, you either claim to know it or claim to have absolute certainty, or you don't. And from what I can see, this creates 4 objectively different positions with respect to most anything, or specifically a belief in a God or a lack thereof.
That's really good. Actually, you know what?
And
This is called a day. We're done. That actually is pretty good. Minor tweaking, but I don't see anything extremely objectable with that. There are some issues which I'll get into, but that's like 1,000 times better than anybody else has ever been on here to even relate that. Like
when you, hey, listen, when you were like, I changed Matt Dillahunty's mind, I remember pausing for like 15 seconds.
He'll never admit that. You know that, right? You realize he mentions my name with this topic every single time, but it's not in the best of terms. But you know that it was my arguments that did it. Everybody knows this.
And I saw a video of him recently, and I was like, holy crap. I think he really did change his position. And I was like, dude, I don't know what to think now. In fact, I don't think I've ever been in a position where I was convinced I had something wrong, but I could not for the life of me find it. Did
you know he changed his position prior to talking to me on that? Because I mean, like I said, we've been on Facebook for a while.
I didn't know. I didn't know. But when you told me, and maybe I got something mixed up or whatever, but when you told me, I definitely stopped and thought about it for a second, because the position he has now is clearly different. It's seemingly more aligned with what you were talking about than what he was.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah, and I thought maybe this comes down to usage of terminology or something. I'm not sure, but I'm really interested in finding out.
Yeah. Okay. So one thing, the reason why he changes terminology, because he's doing from a very specific scheme that he uses, and for an internal critique, he has to be. He wants to be consistent. Okay.
Yeah.
So he is right internally I think he's right for the wrong reasons, but it's okay. I mean, internally, at least he understands that his initial assumptions about atheism were such that he could not keep atheism as merely a lack of belief and then have agnostic atheism in addition to that. They were contradictory to each other. They were not making any sense. They're nonsensical if you do it that way. But there are other ways to use these terms. There's no question about that. There's different schemas, okay? But for him to have his schema, because he still holds to atheism as just a lack of belief, but he recognizes that is not tenable to also have agnostic atheism. And we'll get into actually why.
What do you mean? I'm curious about what you mean by that.
But okay, so you initially had said something along the lines of that a belief is basically a propositional disposition towards the truth value of something, the veridicality of something.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's not a psychological state per se, because we don't want the truth value of God's existence to be contingent upon your mental state. And by the way, people don't know.
I don't know what you mean. It's not a psychological. I would say all beliefs are psychological.
They are, but they're a special type. They're a special type, and I'll explain why. By the way, I let people know I burned out my adapter today, so my lighting I moved around, so that's why it looks funny. Okay, so all beliefs are in the mind. That is true. But when we mean by a propositional belief, which is a type of psychological belief, that is a belief about a proposition, whether the proposition is true or false. And as you said, you either believe a proposition or you do not, correct?
Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry.
No rush.
Say that one more time.
You either believe, as you said earlier, you either believe a proposition or you do not.
Yes, that is correct.
Right.
You either accept it. You either accept a proposition to be true, or you don't.
Absolutely agree so far.
Which sounds like, and some of the viewers when they hear this, it sounds like you either accept a proposition to be true or you claim it to be false, which is not the case.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I had to really kind of explain to people, because they weren't understanding Dillahunty's Gumball analogy. And I wrote an essay called Gumballs and God. I don't know if you've looked at it, but it explains that exactly what you said. If I hold the gumballs if I think they're even, or I assert to you they're even, you have no knowledge one way or another. If I have a jar of gumballs on my desk here, what they're even or odd, you have no information either way. So your most rational position is to not have a position on it. You don't say they're even, you don't say they're odd. You're agnostic on it.
Although I personally wouldn't say that the label agnostic alone would say anything, because I would say that you can be an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist. I would say I would be an agnostic gumball position on that.
Because you have no reason to think they're even or odd. Okay.
Yeah.
So for every proposition, there's a negation of the proposition, a coextensive negation. So if I have the proposition God exists, that literally logically entails there's the negation of that, which is not the case that God exists.
Yeah, now that is addressing what is actually the case rather than what we can believe or not believe.
Correct. I mean, it is actually the case, but our belief is our dispositions toward that belief. So if you say the proposition God exists and then the negation is God does not exist, they both exist at the same time. You cannot have one without the other. They're coextensive.
Wait, say that one more time.
If you have the proposition God exists, by logical entailment, you must have the negation of that, which is it is not the case that God exists.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. So for every proposition, you have the negation, and you either believe the negation or you don't believe the negation. Correct?
Wait a minute. Believe or don't believe. The idea of believing a negation. So.
All right, let me walk you through
an example of it.
Yeah,
Can
sure.
you give me an example of a negation that you believe to be true?
Yeah. Squares have 5 sides. It is not the case the square has 5 sides. I believe that.
So wait a minute. Which is the negation you're claiming to be true?
For any take any proposition. A square has 4 sides. That's my proposition. Is that a true proposition? Do you believe it's true?
I would say that is a true proposition. Okay. Yes.
The negation of that is it is not the case that a square has 4 sides.
Yes, that is also a true negation. Yes.
And that's
a true statement. Yes.
it's a true statement. Yeah. No, it's a false statement. It is the case that it has 4 sides.
Yes.
Right? So it's a false statement.
It is the case that a square. Wow, I'm getting confused. It is the case that a square has 4 sides.
Okay.
And it is a false statement to say that a square does not have 4 sides.
Correct.
Okay. What am I?
Now, just remember that every statement can be phrased positively. This is on Propositions by Russell. You can take any proposition and change it to the positive. Every single one. Pick anything. You can just change it, right?
Yes,
sky is not blue. Sky is blue. Okay. So if I'm going to do a quick walkthrough, then I'm going to put the 4 quadrant chart off here and kind of work through it with you. So if I have the proposition God exists, and let's say for arguendo sake, and by the way, I keep on saying for arguendo. I always do. It's just arguendo, by the way, people. It's not for arguendo. It's just arguendo. It already implies the 4. Let's just use some kind of metaphysical being that from which all things came from, some kind of omnipotent being, take your pick. Okay. Doesn't have to be too specified. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that works. That works. Like because regardless of what you define a God as, like even if you defined it as a puppy dog, you either believe that it exists or you don't.
Correct. Yeah. All right. So we're just I have a stipulative definition for God that I use in my writings. It's basically something along the lines of a necessary metaphysical being with intentional states that allows for complete dominion over an aspect of nature or to change fundamental things of laws of nature.
Sure.
All right. So if I say the proposition is God exists, okay, you either believe that or you don't. If you believe that, what do you want to call that position? We're gonna do an internal critique for you.
If you believe that God exists, you call it a theist.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Everybody agree on the outside? Okay. By the way, I don't know if you ever seen the outside live chat on my non-sequitur show. These guys are vicious. They're vicious. So play nice, guys out there.
They're fun to watch though.
So people are like already commenting on my camera. I'm sorry. Okay. Like I said, I had to move things around. My thing broke. It literally fried. I'm surprised it didn't burn the house down. Okay. So, okay. All right. You'll be a theist. Now, if you don't hold that position true, what do you want to call that position? Now, remember, for every set, you have a complementary set: theist or not theist, dog or not dog, blue or not blue. All you do is add not, the prefix not. That gives you the complementary set. So in a universal set, you have a set and then a sub complementary set. So in the universe, you have dogs, not dog, duck, not duck, cow, not everything as a complementary set. So if you're
sure.
So if you don't hold a theist, you don't hold this true. What do you want to call the position that you're not a theist?
An atheist.
Okay. Do you want to do that right now? Do you want to go that route rather than it's called a not theist, because that's the actual negation?
Well, I would say
we're doing an internal critique, and I'll do that for you.
I wouldn't put a difference between an atheist and a not theist.
Okay, fair enough. So we're going to still do an internal critique, but do you mind if we just keep it as not theist for right now? Because that is theist and not theist, right?
Oh, sure, that's fine.
And if you want to make not theist synonymous with an atheist, we'll definitely talk about that.
Sure.
Right. So now let's talk about the negation of that. The negation of God exists is God does not exist, right?
Sure.
Or it's not the case that God exists. Whatever.
That
It
is
means
that
the
is
same
what
thing.
that is about. What is the case? Yes.
Yeah, they're the same propositional content, so to speak, right? Whether you word it as it is not the case that God exists, or you say,
I mean, when we're talking about a proposition, I can make the proposition, I believe a God exists, and I can go a step further and say I have absolute certainty that a God exists.
right. But before we get into the epistemic modifiers, let's start with the basics here. Then we'll get into the epistemic qualifiers.
Sure. You accept a God exists, theist. You don't, atheist.
Well, let's call, or a non-theist.
Or non-theist.
Okay.
Non-theist.
Okay, and I promise you, I'm gonna stay within an internal critique. I'm not trying to externalize it.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Because for your thing, there's anonymous, so we can call it either, right? It's still within your paradigm. All right.
Yeah.
So, what do you want to call somebody who believes the proposition there is no God is true?
I would call it a Gnostic atheist. Who claims? Wait, say that again.
If the proposition God exists, if you just say that's true, that's a theist. What do you want to call somebody who believes the negation that there is no God? Now, again, we don't need any epistemic qualifiers.
The negation.
Yeah.
Believes the negation that there is no God. So are you saying they actively believe there is no God?
Same thing with somebody who believes there's a God. You call that a theist. But somebody says, look, there is no God. What do you want to call that position?
Yeah, I would call them a non-theist.
No. Well, they are non-theists. That's true.
Yes.
Okay, but would you call them an atheist?
Yes.
Because it's the same position to you, right? Anyways.
Yeah. Okay,
so when you agree that, so somebody says there's no God, it's acceptable to call them an atheist. I mean, I wouldn't know what else to call them, which is a subset of
hold on. I may be getting onto what you're saying.
All right, we're getting there.
This is really cool.
Well, I love this. This is what I love.
Yeah, hold on.
I see a light bulb going off.
This is so cool. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
Process.
Let me see if I can finish this. Hold on. Because there's something you said. What you said.
I haven't got to the good stuff yet, but yeah, go ahead.
You settle down.
Ooh, he thought demanding.
Okay. Hold on. So, I may be wrong because there is the position where, I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in a God. Correct. But I'm not saying I believe a God does not exist. But I could say I believe a God does not exist. And then I could go a step further and say I claim to know a God.
Right. We're not talking about modifiers yet. We already said no modifiers yet. I just want to know if I told you I believe there's no God, wouldn't that be an atheist?
Yes.
Right,
yes,
cool.
It wouldn't tell. It wouldn't tell me. So when you say that, because you recognize there's a difference between
There's a difference between atheism and non-theism, but right now,
if somebody told me they had $1 million, and it was one of those situations, like I have a friend who, if he told me he had $1 million, I would. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. But I wouldn't be able to claim that I believed he did.
Right.
But I wouldn't go so far as to say I know he didn't.
Again, epistemic modifier. We're not using those yet. Look, here's
the
thing.
But I have to address it because it is about what really is the case.
But Jason, you didn't with the theist, right? All you said is you believe in God, you're a theist. You didn't talk about knowledge then. Why the special case? If it holds for theism, it should be across the board. If you didn't have anything to do with knowledge with theism, if I just said, hey, look, if you believe in God, you said, oh yeah, theist. Very simple, right? Very simple.
Sure.
Okay, so if I say you believe there's no God, very simple.
But I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not changing any of that.
Oh, I agree. But it's just atheism. Right? It's just somebody who believes there's no God. You agree would be called an atheist, which is a type of non-theist.
Sure.
All right. Now what happens if I have the proposition? Here's where I hope it blows your mind if I do this right.
Okay.
I've only had one cup of coffee, so forgive me. I usually have at least two before I do these things.
I hope it does, because when these things happen, it is really cool.
Let's try.
Okay. I'm going.
There's a word in philosophy for when you have a moment of pause where you start thinking about something, and I can't remember what it's called. You guys remember what it's called? They'd use it in street epistemology, and my mind's going, and I can't remember. It's almost like a praxis or something. Do you guys remember? Anna Frida, you're the smart word guy out there. Can you remind me of the word of when your brain stops and you pause and you have this moment of clarity that they use in Street Apology. I thought it was apraxia or something, but that's not, maybe it's something along those lines. But anyways, okay, so listen very carefully. And if I said God does not exist as the proposition, God does not exist,
Okay.
and you don't accept that. If you accept it, you call it atheist. But if you don't accept it, what do you want to call it?
If you say that again?
If I say the proposition is God does not exist, and you say we call that atheist.
And then I accept it to be true.
If you accept it to be true, atheism. But let's say you don't accept it to be true. I don't accept that there is no God. What position do you want to call that? Take your time because you might need it.
That is tricky because it seems like that could be an atheist or a theist.
There's a problem there, isn't there? It's ambiguous.
It is, but it's ambiguous because the question is not necessarily pinpointing what somebody believes. Like you can ask the question. It's almost like saying like it's the question itself isn't really asking what somebody believes or doesn't believe.
No, it's not really in the question. Aporia. Thank you, Aporia. I don't know why I'm saying apraxia. I knew it started with an A. Aporia. Aporia. Thank you, Kim Maki. No. So no, it isn't how you're asking it because look, if I have the proposition God exists, it's either theist or not theist. Before you start making it an atheism, just before we do your internal critique, it is still theist or not theist, right? That's just basic logic, correct?
Yes.
So if it's a negation, it's either atheist or not atheist.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, so ask that proposition again.
God does not exist. If you believe it, you're a atheist.
Yeah.
But if you don't believe it, then you're not an atheist by simple negation. See the problem here because of terminology?
No, hold on.
Because if you start making atheism and non-theism the same way, you've eliminated the agnostic position. You've eliminated the middle ground.
No, because when you're asking me, when you say the proposition, God does not exist. If somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, God does not exist," I would recognize him as an atheist. But my next question would simply be, okay, do you claim to know that for absolute certain?
But what happens they don't accept the proposition there is no God? What do you want to call them? If I say, look, I accept there's a God, I'm a theist. I accept there's not a God, I'm an atheist. But I don't accept.
I don't think the question is specific enough, and I think a question is fallacious when two opposing answers that can contradict each other can sufficiently be addressed to the question. When you ask a question, if I ask you a question and two answers that are sufficient for that question are both logically negating for an objective.
What's the two answers?
Because I can say that I don't agree with that position for a couple of different reasons.
Right. Those are justifications. But we're talking about logic here.
The question isn't specific enough. That's the problem.
But the question is again, walk through this again.
I can tell you I don't agree with that, but it won't tell you more about what I believe, more about the position that I have.
Well, here's the thing though. If I say I believe in God, does that tell you that I'm a theist?
Yes.
If I tell you that I believe there is no God, does that tell you I'm an atheist?
Sure.
Okay. If I tell you that I do not believe in God, does that tell you that I'm a non-theist?
Yes.
Okay. Then shouldn't it by symmetric just
but I hold atheism
hang on. But by symmetry, if I tell you that I don't believe that there is no God, I should be a non-atheist to keep the symmetry. It's the same thing. This is why we're getting into the chart here. This breaks symmetry because you either have theist or not theist.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the problem. What I'm noticing is if the terminology that we're using here doesn't match what actually exists in reality, how useful is the terminology?
Why doesn't it?
Well, because I'm not finding a middle ground here. I thought it seems like there was, and there is.
I'll show you the middle ground. The middle ground is you don't believe.
And there may be, and I'm just missing it. But when it comes to the actual case here, like can you give me a position? Tell me a position somebody can have. Like, pretend you're that person with that position that is neither atheist or theist.
That literally is my position. I don't have to pretend.
Well, can you describe it again? So
Yes.
I say, do you believe in a God? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, yeah. Then
But
okay.
listen. And you're
Okay.
so close to this breakthrough. I can see it. I literally can like see a breakthrough. Okay.
Okay.
If you believe there's a God, you're a theist. If you don't believe in God, you're a non-theist. If you believe there's no God, you're an atheist. If you do not believe there's no God, you're not an atheist. If you're both not an atheist and not a theist because you're
going too fast. Hold on, you're going too fast.
Sorry. All right. If you believe in God, you're a theist.
That is correct.
If you don't believe in God, you're not theist.
Yes, and there's a few different ways you can not be an theist.
Sure. If you believe there's no God, you're an atheist. If you don't believe in God, you're not an atheist. Now listen carefully before you say anything. Listen carefully. If I'm in the category of not theist, where I don't believe there's a God, and I'm in the category of not atheist, where I don't believe there isn't a God, that's the middle ground called agnostic. That's what it means in modern contemporary philosophy. That is the position where you do not have the position there's a God. Let's say even for the gumballs, and you do not have the position there isn't a God. Odd. I have no position either way. I'm neither somebody who claims there's a God. I'm neither somebody who claims there is not a God. That's the middle ground. The same agnostic position on gumballs.
Okay. Yeah. Then I would say there is language for a middle ground, but in reality, there is no middle ground.
Why not? Okay, I have this gumball machine right here. There's a gumball.
Because someone who is not convinced there is no God and is not convinced there is a God does not believe a God exists.
Right, but they don't believe there isn't a God either. So let's use the
that
gumball.
Is true. They do not. They're not convinced there is no God.
Gumball.
That is correct.
Yes,
there is language for it.
But
if there was a red button for someone who believes a God exists and a green button for someone who does not believe a God exists, somebody with that middle ground that walked through that hallway, one of those lights would light up. But by the same token, a third one wouldn't.
I know your confusion. The confusion is there's no middle ground between believe and disbelieve. Believe and not believe. I'm sorry. There's no middle ground between believe theism and not believe theism. There's no middle ground.
There is no middle ground between accepting a belief and not accepting the belief. That is correct.
But the middle ground isn't between those two things. That's where your disjunction is wrong. You have the wrong disjunction. The disjunction for the middle ground is between believing true and believing false, just like it is between believing even and believing odd. If I have my gumball machine,
but see, that's the thing. I clarified. I never said there wasn't a middle ground between something that's true and something that's false.
That's agnostic.
I said there's no middle ground between something that's true and not true.
Right, but nobody's arguing that.
Is when you say a God is true, and not theism is when you say you don't accept that it is
but
true.
Nobody's arguing. No, I've never seen a philosopher argue a middle ground between believes true and not believe true. There's nobody that's ever argued that.
Including me.
Yeah, including me. The middle ground is
that's what I'm saying. And so if we define atheism in a strict sense of claiming a God doesn't exist or something like that, or in some fashion in that way, we can create these middle grounds on paper. But as far as if we say
they're not just on paper. I don't know where you get that from. Look, again, I have a gumball machine here. I'm going to tell you that the proposition that they're even.
Sure.
And you have no information of how many gumballs are in there, correct?
Sure.
Do you believe they're even?
That is correct. Okay, so I have no idea how many's in there.
Do you believe they're even?
No, I don't believe they're even.
Do you believe they're odd?
I do not believe they're odd.
You're agnostic on it. That's literally what agnostic. That's the middle ground. You don't believe even. You don't believe odd.
Because I don't know. No. Yeah, I don't say yes. That is a middle ground,
right?
Between the options,
even and odd, right? Now, hang on. And I wrote an essay on this again.
No, I wouldn't say that's a middle ground between even or odd. That is a middle ground between the positions you can hold regarding. If you say,
well, sure, yeah, I got you. I got you.
If you say here, if you say here are your options, even, odd, or I don't know. Then you have three, and I don't know is a middle ground.
Correct.
If you say we're going to call people who believe it evenites and people who do not believe it oddenites, there would be no middle ground between the two. But you would be able to describe the language of how people feel and see it, and then call the pieces in the language a middle ground.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And here's the thing: the middle ground is an epistemic position, right? I agree with you that ontologically there's no middle ground, right? They're either even or odd. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
right,
but
absolutely.
yeah.
But we're talking about epistemic, and epistemic allows for middle ground where you're neither convinced they're even and neither convinced they're odd. That's agnostic. Same thing. If you're neither convinced that God exists, nor are you convinced that God does not exist, that's the middle ground. The epistemic suspending judgment.
But there is one big difference between even and odd and God and no God.
What's that?
In the case of even and odd, you simply don't know. But in the case of God, in reality, we're forced with a default position.
Of what?
A default position of no God until a God.
Well, that's fallacy, though. That literally is called the fallacy of.
No. I'm not saying.
Argument of ignorance.
I'm not saying God, no. I'm not saying God does not exist until he's proven to exist. I'm saying. You reject a claim as true until proven to be true, rather than accepting it as true until it's proven to be false.
You're arguing agnosticism as a default position.
Yes.
Okay, but the problem with agnosticism as a default position is their babies don't evaluate the proposition. They know nothing of the proposition. They're innocent toward it. They've never heard the proposition of God. They can't be agnostic because agnostic is suspending judgment. It's an active evaluation where you cannot come up with a conclusion on the direct truth value of a proposition. So there's a little bit more to it than that. And so
no. Agnosticism doesn't say you don't know, and this is why you don't know.
No, it literally says, if you read the literature, I'm telling you how it is in academia.
I'm telling you how it is in reality.
But agnostic requires a mental evaluation. That in every definition you can see.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
So
but it wouldn't matter, because as those babies grow up, they're either going to experience the existence of a God in reality, or they're not.
Oh, okay, that's true, but they're still going to be either, like you said, they're going to believe there's a God, believe there's not a God, or believe neither, which is suspending judgment or agnostic.
Kind of, but in this case, you're comparing one thing, and it's almost like there's no justification to bring in the other part you're comparing. It's almost like, but also Ninja Turtles and unicorns and everything else.
Well, it doesn't matter what the proposition is. I mean, it shouldn't matter what P is. P, either you believe P.
That is true.
Yeah. So let's look at the three epistemic dispositions for any given proposition. You believe the proposition. You disbelieve proposition, which does mean believe false. Matt Dillahunty was wrong on that, by the way. Disbelieve in logic means to believe false,
No.
Yes,
it doesn't.
It does.
To not believe a proposition does not mean you believe.
I didn't say that. I said disbelieve. The word disbelieve means to believe negation in logic.
I wouldn't say words have meaning; they have usages.
Right, but if you read the literature, the way it's understood in epistemology, if I say I disbelieve P and I read that in an academic paper, the author is connoting to you that he is holding the proposition to be false.
Yeah, and that may be the case. However, that's still kind of it's still. I think it's better to talk about what we can actually do.
Well, you can disbelieve a proposition.
What's that?
You can believe it. You can disbelieve a proposition. You can say it's false, right? I mean, if there's three epistemic dispositions, what are they then?
You can.
Okay, if I have, if I have for every given proposition, give me an epistemic disposition toward it in the Doxastic realm for beliefs. You believe it true, right?
You can accept a claim to be true.
Okay, same thing. Accept, believe. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, sure.
You believe it false.
Or you believe it's false,
by the way,
which is actually believing another thing to be true. That is simply a negation.
Yes, and that word for that, by the way, is called disbelief. Disbelief means to believe negation. So if I say so if I say I disbelieve P, it means I believe not P. That's
sure.
Okay. So
okay.
I believe P.
Yeah, as long as I'm more comfortable when I find out it's a thing about terminology and rather about what we believe is the actual case.
Sure.
And that's really what I want to pinpoint is like what the let me fix something on the camera here.
No, it's
real quick. Okay.
And I love when somebody says Steve McCree is wrong, and then they get my position wrong. That's epic in the live chat. I mean, he doesn't get any better than that. They're like, Steve McCree is wrong because of this. I'm like, but that's not my position.
I actually haven't been reading the
It's
chat,
funny. It's funny.
and mostly because one thing that I did was I really kind of want to have I really do like to be shown that I'm wrong on things that I really believe is the case, because it's real. The first time Matt Dillahunty said beliefs were not a choice, I said to myself, there's no way that's the case.
Yeah, he's right about that.
Yeah, well, I thought there's no way that's the case. And when he explained his position, it was do you know what it's called? It really was mind blowing.
Yeah, but his positions were. I mean, he's espousing what's called Doxastic and voluntarism, which basically means that most of our thoughts, our mind does it all for us, and then it spits out an answer, and just we become aware of it. So most of our thought processes are done subconsciously.
Yeah, I started studying the brain a few years ago, and it's I do some pretty interesting work on the nature of belief, and
well, you're a hypnotist. It's probably beneficial to do that.
No. I don't think hypnosis really exists.
Yeah, I don't either. I know. I get it. Yeah.
Part of my show is showing people why it is so believable.
Yes.
But I'm still having trouble finding a middle ground between atheism or theism.
I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna get there. I promise. I'm gonna explain it to you. We're gonna get into the logic here in a second.
Because I'm looking at two buckets, and one of them atheism and one of them theism. I'm wondering if you can give me a position.
Yes.
And I can't put them in either bucket.
I'm going to explain it. I guarantee.
Okay. Okay. Let's go.
All right. So, but I want to get through the three epistemic dispositions first.
Okay.
Believe P. Disbelieve P, which means to believe negation, or believe neither. Do you agree that those are three rational positions for any proposition in the world?
Sure. I could be wrong.
Okay, but you're not. But those are the three, right? I can say
I wouldn't see how it conflicted with the position I just held, but if it did, I would think there was a problem.
It doesn't. I can believe they're even. I can believe they're not even, which would mean odd, right? So I can believe they're even, believe they're odd, or I can have no position either way. I don't believe they're even or odd because I have no information on it. I have no belief on the gumballs because they could be even, they could be odd, and I have no information to even tell me what would be a justified belief. I have to remain neutral on it. I don't believe that they're even. I don't believe that they're odd. I have no belief either way, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's called suspending judgment, or again, agnostic. So now that we have those three dispositions, right?
Well, I would call that agnostic atheism.
But again,
because you don't believe in a God.
Agnostic? But I've already I have proven logically. I can show you later.
Still atheism.
But no, it's not. I can tell you. Look, I've already proven logically, and I can't. I don't have the time to do it tonight because it's very long. But hang on. I have proven. I'm telling you this. I've proven the term agnostic atheism and agnostic theism are the same term. They don't. There's no distinction between them logically.
Between what?
Weak. Okay. Ever heard weak. Ever heard weak atheism?
You say there's no difference between agnostic atheism and agnostic theism.
You ever heard the term weak atheism?
Yeah, but I don't think that you can actually quantify the strength of someone's.
It's not a quantifier. Weak. Okay, this is a big mistake that a lot of people make in epistemology. Weak atheism doesn't mean,
because there's only four objectively different positions.
Weak atheism doesn't mean your strength. Weak atheism goes where the logical negator goes. That's what it actually means, because you have the negation before the proposition or negation before the predication. This gets into the logic.
That's why I wanted to push the terminology aside and simply say you either accept a belief to be true or you don't.
Okay.
If you don't, it's because you either think it's false
or you have no position either way.
That is true.
All right. Now that's important when we get into the four quadrant. That's so important right there, and I'll explain.
But having no position either way doesn't. So that this is a flaw of language matching up with what happens.
No,
in
it's a flaw in your
reality.
schema. I assure you, it matches up perfectly the way in philosophy, 100% perfectly. It's no problem with whatsoever.
Because having no position either way, in this case with God, like I have no position either way. Okay, so you don't believe in a God.
Yeah, and you don't believe there
That's
isn't a
what
God.
that means in reality.
Yeah, agnostic means you don't believe there's a God, but you don't believe there isn't a God. You have no position either way. So you're no more closer to theism than you are to atheism.
Yeah, I don't believe that's possible. That you're
Why?
describing a circumstance impossible with the human brain.
I literally have that position, so it can't be impossible.
I know you're saying that, but
So according to, okay, so I want to make sure you're clear. According to you, you have to have a position, either you believe there's a God or you believe there's not a God. Is that's what
okay.
you're saying? But that can't be the case, because I don't have the position there's a God, and I don't have the position there's not a God. I literally believe neither.
No, I'm not saying you are or are not saying that. I am saying I may not understand what you're saying that means.
Okay,
So let me clarify.
Yeah.
Let me clarify. I'm saying, so you either believe in a God or you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you don't, it is either because you think a God is false or because you don't know whether or not one exists, which is what you are, an agnostic atheist.
Okay, no, because you keep bringing in these epistemic modifiers. You're right. You're on the right track. You really are, but for the wrong reasons.
Okay, let's get rid of the terminology for a second. You don't believe in a God, but you're not claiming to know one doesn't exist,
or to claim this the belief that one doesn't exist. And I get a super chat.
Or to what?
Hang on. Taking Back Eden for $2.79 Canadian. Hi, thank you for the stream. Appreciate it. People are liking this. Good. Go ahead. So here's the thing, though. Let's look at it, frame it from negation again. If God exists, let's take it as God does not exist. Oh, I still want to say what I still want to get through my initial point, because I keep getting off track. If God exists, I want to go through those three positions again. If God exists, the proposition of God exists, those three epistemic dispositions. Let's go through them and you name them. One, believes.
Yeah, I mean, we can go through the position of what is the case and what isn't the case.
Believes true. What do you want to call it?
If the belief is true, we'll say that a God exists.
If God exists, what do you want to call that position for believes? The disposition of believes.
What do we want to call the position of believing a God exists?
Yes, believes the proposition is true.
Theism.
Yes, theism. Okay. What do you want to call the position if you believe the proposition is false, that there is no God? Disbelieves P. What do you want to call that?
I personally would not really give that a label, because I would say it doesn't describe the circumstances properly.
It does. If somebody believes there's no God, I call that atheism. What else would you want to call it?
If somebody believes, I would call it atheism too.
That's the position I'm describing. If you believe,
I wouldn't describe it like that, because I would say it creates problems later.
No, it doesn't.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
It doesn't.
Maybe it doesn't.
And I'll explain why when we frame it in the negation. But if you believe the proposition is true, theist. If you believe the proposition is false, so you believe there are no gods, that's atheist. What else could it be called? But
Yeah. But see, here the problem is you seem to want to pin if you believe it's true and if you believe it's false. I want to focus on the if you believe, because that's not the negation is if you believe it's true or if you do not believe it's true.
No. If you want, look, if I have the gumballs, evenist, oddist, theist, or atheist, those are the analogies. That's why it's analogous, because even here would be theist and odd would be atheist. And the agnostic says, I have no position either way. They're not even, they're not odd. I don't believe they're even. I don't believe they're not odd. The agnostic says, I don't believe there's a God.
There is a problem in this language, though. There's a problem in the language.
Why? I think you're putting a problem that doesn't exist.
Because even and odd is about what is the case. And atheism and theism is about the positions we hold.
Okay, no, that's okay. I got it. I understand I understand what your confusion is. Let me explain it this way. Okay. Atheism and theism are called contradictories. And what that means is this, and I really want you to think about this, because this is how
they are contradictory, sure.
Contradictories, a very specific word, okay? Not just contradictory, because contradictories have a very specific thing in logic. And listen when I say this. It is ontologically the case that there's a God or there is not a God. There are no middle ground there. We agree there?
There are no middle grounds. That is correct.
Awesome. That's a start. So, if there's no middle ground there, then the theist will hold the position that there is a God there.
Mm-hmm.
The mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive position, where both cannot be true and both cannot be false, they cannot be contraries, what's called contraries or subcontraries, is theism is true if God exists, but if there is no God, then the other side has to be true. Atheism has to be true. That's why it's propositional. So if there's a God, theism is true.
No,
If
no,
there-
no, no,
listen,
no,
listen,
no,
listen.
no, 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 no,
If-
no. That was an incorrect phrasing.
Oh
that
no, it's
doesn't make any
100%
sense.
correct. I guarantee,
No,
dude. I
no, that
guarantee this is
doesn't make any
correct.
sense.
This
No,
read
to
Graham
say
Oppie. This is
no, to say then atheism is true
yes. If
doesn't make okay. So here's why that doesn't make any sense.
why?
So when you say okay, I can explain why right now.
Sure.
So when you say then atheism is true.
Uh-huh.
So let's take atheism. So you're saying that is true.
The proposition
So
of atheism is true.
I can say, okay, here's the thing. Here's why. When I say the statement, so theism is true, I can take the word theism out and then provide you a proposition like a God exists.
Correct.
You can't take atheism out and then provide someone with the proposition.
Yes, the
You can
proposition
say a
God does not exist.
You
The
can, yeah, you
negation.
can say the proposition
God
that
does not
God
exist.
does not exist.
That's the
But you
proposition of
can
atheism.
also, but unlike theism, you can also have the rejection of a God existing.
Okay, this is the problem. Rejection, again, this is terminology you want to learn. Rejection means to believe false. It means, in logic, to not just not accept, because it's called Frege rejectionism. To reject means to believe a proposition is false. Okay? But
No, that's incorrect.
in logic, I'm telling you, in epistemology, I can send you papers on this. It's called Frege rejectionism, where R row is equal to the negation of A row.
Then I would say he's wrong. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So
it may
say
be the case that in
non-acceptance.
it may be the case that in some academic circles they say that, but we're talking about if
Say
yeah,
non-acceptance.
in the debate of what they use in some academic circles, you got it, you win.
Yeah, say non-acceptance then.
About what is in real reality, this is the case.
Okay, say
Simply
non-acceptance
because
to
you
avoid.
reject something that's true
You accept
does not mean you hold the position that it's false.
I agree. Well, if you reject it, you do, but you can say I can accept it or not accept it, which means
No, because I reject. Okay, because if you
Listen,
tell me aliens visiting Earth right now,
Jason, this is
I will
terminology.
reject it.
But
I
you're
will
not-
reject it, but at the same time, I don't claim it's true.
Then you should not use the word reject. You should use the word non-accept. Because if you not accept it, then you can either not accept because you hold it false or you have no position either way. This is why you have accept or not accept. This is why we have dichotomies. True or not true. Blue
Sure.
or not blue. Theism or
Sure.
not theism. Accept
Sure.
or not accept. This is what makes it so simple. If you accept a proposition or you not accept a proposition, but not accept doesn't mean you hold a negation. Reject.
Yeah, and with atheism, there are many different reasons why you cannot accept, but those different reasons don't become middle grounds.
Reasons don't matter for that, though. Why you don't accept it as justifications?
It matters
there's a
because
prop-
it depends on it's. This is about whether or not there's a middle ground between atheism and theism.
There is, clearly. You don't believe either way.
But that's not humanly possible.
Yeah, of course it is. The proposition, you got to remember the propositions. Again, look what I'm telling you here. If God exists as a proposition, God exists. That means that proposition is true. It means the propositional content is true, correct? Correct? This is not a trick question.
Say that again? I'm sorry, let me turn the volume up.
Sure. If God exists and the proposition God exists is true because the propositional content is the case.
Yeah,
so that proposition is true.
Then the proposition God is not true is sure, but
well, hey, I want to walk it through it. I want to walk it through it because you keep on derailing that. That's important.
I know, but I think where the confusion is coming in, I think the language that you're using is kind of. I think this is why you don't want to describe what actually.
I'm
happened.
literally telling you what's actually happening. This is not an epistemic issue on my end. I assure you.
Yeah. So if I asked you, yes or no, do you believe? A God does exist? Would you say that proposition is true?
If you ask me if the proposition God exists, you ask me if it's
I
true?
ask you, if I say, Steve, a God does exist, and then I ask you, yes or no, do you think that proposition is true?
I say I'm agnostic on it. I don't have a yes or no answer on it. I don't have a
so
direct
you
position on it.
don't think so you would not say
it,
that proposition is true.
I don't accept that proposition is true, correct.
Okay, so oh, beautiful. So you're an atheist.
No, because again, using the same reasoning, if I say, do you accept the proposition that there is no God?
Yeah, you don't believe in a God. You're an atheist.
No, listen to me carefully. You're not understanding this. You're going back to the Matt Dillahunty thing. Stop.
Yes. Yes.
Matt's wrong on this, okay? If I say the proposition is, again, if God doesn't exist, there's a proposition to match that, meaning the proposition there is no God. Right?
Sure.
If the proposition there is no God is true, there's a word for that. It's called atheist. That's why we say atheism is true, because if atheism is true, listen, if atheism is true, there's no God. If theism is true, there is a God. They're mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive.
Atheism is what
you want me to prove it in logic? I can literally show you the diagram to prove it in logic. This is literally something you can prove in logic, like not just my subjective opinion. I can prove it. You had my paper, right? I proved this in my paper. Like literally prove it in my paper.
No.
Okay, this will be fun. Let's do this then.
Because it doesn't matter.
Right,
what matters is
let me bring this up
the positions that we hold. The positions that we hold and what we see is obviously different from what is actually the case, correct?
And I'm bringing up
now atheism is the label that we just give somebody who does not accept the fact that it exists.
I'll explain
and
why
there are
in a second.
subsets of atheism.
No. And I'll explain why that doesn't work.
I mean, I wouldn't say there's subsets in atheism in the way that I would say there's subsets in the reasons why you're in atheism, or there's different reasons why you may reject the existence of a God.
Yeah, let me show you. Let me explain why.
Or not accept the existence of a God.
Let me explain why that doesn't work. There's a couple reasons why that doesn't work. One, if you use
I'm still putting you in a bucket.
If you use that terminology,
not accepting a God exists.
If you use that terminology, then anybody who doesn't believe there isn't a God is automatically a theist by the same reasoning.
Because you also don't believe in Buddha.
But if you believe there's no God and you don't accept that, then you're a theist according to your reasoning. That's the problem. That's why we don't do it that way.
Oh, okay, but the way that you just described it, that's the problem.
Okay.
So this is the problem. It is within language.
No,
it is within language.
It's really not. So can you see the diagram that's on there?
I can see the diagram here.
I could try to make it larger. Does that make it a little larger? Yeah. Ooh, a large.
But see, this is the problem. This is the problem. We're getting away from.
There is no problem. I'm serious. The reason why
I know. Your position is there is no problem.
Yeah.
I get it. Your position, there is no problem. What I'm saying is the problem is you can show me all the graphs here, but if what you're showing me in this picture, you can't line up to reality.
It does. It literally does. It absolutely does. It 100% does. My paper is valid, sound, been reviewed by PhDs. This is exactly how it works in real life. The problem is that you keep on defaulting back to atheism is a mere lack of belief.
What is the position?
But listen, Jason,
that isn't somebody who doesn't accept a God to exist, and somebody who does.
If you accept there's a God, you're a theist. If you don't, you're not a theist. If you accept there isn't a God, you're an atheist. If you accept there isn't a God, if you don't accept there isn't a God, then you're not an atheist. And if you're not an atheist, you're not a theist. We call it agnostic.
I don't believe this. Yeah, I don't believe this describes what happens in our brains.
What does it absolutely does. And
it's almost like saying A equals A and A does not equal A at the same time.
It really doesn't. Okay, so if I said to you, hey Jason, if you don't believe there isn't a God, you're a theist. What would you say to that?
Say that again, because these are almost like and I think this is why you have to phrase it like this, because you're worried about phrasing it a specific way.
It's just logic, man. It's not even about this phrasing. This is literally something you can prove with logic. It has nothing to do with even. It does have to do with semantics. But if I tell you there is no God and you don't accept that, and I said, well, if you don't accept there isn't a God,
So if you tell me there is no God,
and you don't accept it, and I call you a theist.
No, I wouldn't. No, hold on. See, that's okay. I think we need to slow the speed of the language down. And this is why. So say that again. That premise. Just say the premise. You said there is no God.
God doesn't exist.
No, that's not what you first said.
There is no God. Same thing.
These are very important. Okay.
There's exactly the same thing.
Go ahead. Say it one more time.
There is no God or God doesn't exist represents the exact same propositional content.
I would stop you right there. First of all, I wouldn't say that that's enough information. I would say, okay, you're an atheist, and not a theist, but I wouldn't say that would be enough information to tell me why you didn't think there was a God or anything.
But that goes to your justification. When I asked if you believe in God, you say yes. I didn't ask about justification. Justifications are irrelevant to what we're talking about.
No, I didn't bring up justification.
Why? You said why? That's a justification. Why you believe something is a justification. Like literally.
Yeah, I'm just saying it wouldn't tell me that.
It's not supposed to. It just tells you what is your belief state. I believe there's a God. I believe there's no God. Those are your belief states. Those are the two possible belief states. And the third one is you don't believe in either. Now, so let's look at my diagram.
No.
here.
Now that part right there is where the language describes something incorrectly. That because when you say you don't believe neither,
Yes.
you're suggesting that these are two things that can be believed.
Yes, you believe there's a God or you believe there's no God.
Yeah, that is an incorrect phrasing.
What?
That's an incorrect phrasing.
I can believe I can believe the gumballs are even, or I can believe the gumballs are odd, or I can have no belief either way.
Yeah, that's not. I
the
see.
same thing.
I see where that.
I can believe there's a God, or I can believe there's no God, or I can have no position either way.
I got
it's the
you.
same thing.
Out. Nope, I found out where the. I got you.
Okay.
I found out where the confusion is.
So look at my paper here.
I got it.
And by the way, By the way, I'm a humble brag here. My paper is still in the top 3% on this site. It's been read 3,373 times. It has been well vetted, so I'm very confident this paper is extremely correct.
I got the problem. I got where the mix is.
So I'm not going to get into the details of the paper. I just want to look at this diagram here because
you freaked me out there for a second. But I got where the mix.
I'm not. And by the way, I'm not playing a game of gotcha. The fact that you're willing to have this conversation, I love this.
No, I completely understand where the confusion is.
All right.
And it is with something, it is with the phrasing you're using.
All right. So well, my phrasing is exactly perfect for philosophy. But so let's look at this diagram. Okay. This diagram represents a relationship. It's called a grimace square or a symbiotic square. It's based upon the Aristotelian square of opposition.
But can you hold on? Can you put this aside for a second and talk about what actually happens in somebody's head without this for a second? Mm-hmm. Because you can really muddy this up with this, and especially with the way that you're phrasing it.
What do you mean?
When you say, can you believe? Mm-hmm. When you say, because the idea that you could believe something is false. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think is a problem with language.
No.
Because it's almost like a misnomer.
No.
It's not really describing what we're doing.
No, it's describing what it is. Again, these are propositional beliefs. When you say you believe something's false, you mean that the propositional value is a false value. P equals.
Yeah, and I understand. But that's not what's happening. When you believe something is false, okay. So when you believe something, to the viewers for a moment, when you believe something is false, what is actually happening is you're believing something else is true that negates that falsehood.
Well, that's fine. They're all coextensive. That's true. I wrote something on this. For every belief,
because that is the case, you can use some tricky language to make it sound like there's a middle ground between.
There is
something.
a middle ground. There literally is a middle ground between belief true and belief false.
Well, I know you're saying that.
I've proven it.
It's nothing that I could put in one bucket or the other. I could put it in either bucket.
Listen, Jay, you've already acknowledged it. The middle ground is between believe God exists, believe God does not exist. Those are two different positions. If you believe neither, that's the middle ground.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to believe neither. Neither do I think the statement.
Okay.
Neither do I think the statement.
So everybody. Wait, Jason. So you're literally saying, Jason, that everybody has to believe there's a God or believe there's no God. That's what you're saying.
No, incorrect.
Yes, I swear to God, dude, that is literally what you just said.
No, I believe that's what you're claiming. I'm just saying that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that you're phrasing when you phrase the language that way, it will sound like that. Yes.
Because that's your argument. That literally is what you're arguing.
Not my argument. No, okay. I can go through it again.
Well, no, you don't need to because.
But it's also I wouldn't say it's so I don't believe it is possible to have a middle ground between accepting or not accepting.
There isn't a middle ground there. You're right. Nobody's arguing that.
But hold on. The idea that you can believe atheism is true is nonsensical to me.
Why?
You
believe theism is true. What's the difference?
Because what's that?
You can believe theism is true. If you believe theism is true, what's that saying is you believe there's the case there's a God. If you believe atheism is true, you're saying you believe there's the case there is no God. That's all
I can explain why not. Not.
By all means.
Okay, so when you say you're a theist, that is simply you believe in a God. There's no subset about that would.
No, you're literally in the way it works in philosophy. When you say I'm a theist, you're basically saying I believe the proposition there's at least one God is true statement.
Yes.
Okay. So if I say I believe that is false, that is not the case, that is at least one God, that's atheism. That means there's zero gods. You believe there's zero gods in the universe.
You wouldn't be able to say atheism is true or not true,
Yes, you
because
can.
atheism is a description of a position you have, but not a claim itself.
That's special pleading. Atheism is a claim that there's no God. That's literally what it means in philosophy. Hang on one sec. Kawasa for 10,001 says, if there's no middle ground, then how the heck is there even agnostic atheism, where the middle ground between Gnostic atheism and theism, according to lack of belief atheists? Yeah, I'll get to that too.
Hold on, you're talking way too fast here, guy.
He says, if there's no middle ground, how the heck is there even an agnostic atheism when there's the middle ground between Gnostic atheism and theism, according to lack of belief atheists? And I'll show that diagram. I know what he's referring to. Because the middle ground's confusion is not between believe and not believe, it's between believe and disbelief. That's where the middle ground is. There's a middle ground between believes true and disbelieves.
Yeah, so when I'm like, I don't believe in either. I don't believe that there is a God, and I'm not claiming that a God does not exist.
And that position
has a name for it. Claiming to have.
Yeah, that's called agnostic. That's the position.
Agnostic atheist.
No,
yeah,
just agnostic. Because
you don't believe a God exists.
Right, and you don't believe there isn't a God. So if you don't believe there isn't a God, then you don't have atheism, because atheism and non-atheism would be atheism is a position.
Yeah, that is the problem. The sentence, I don't believe there isn't a God.
But see the special pleading you have? You're attributing special things to atheism that you're not to theism. There's
no.
Yes, you are. There's two propositions there. The proposition God exists.
I know you've explained it many times.
And the proposition that God does not exist.
Let me explain the problem with making positive attributes to negative claims.
Sure.
Okay, so and you may be aware of most of this, but I want to explain this to like the viewers here. You might hear people say you can't prove a negative, and you might hear some people say you can prove a negative. You can't prove a negative.
Sure you can.
You can make it seem like you can, but let me tell you what you're actually doing.
Okay.
There's a reason why in court you don't find anybody to be found to be innocent. They're either guilty or not guilty. When you're accused of a murder, it's not your job to prove innocence. It's the prosecution's job to demonstrate guilt. So let's say they accuse you of murdering a 20-year-old girl on Tuesday, 6 p.m. in Ohio. Okay. Now you have to defend yourself. Now you're not going to prove that it is false, that you moved or that you killed somebody, a 20-year-old, 6 p.m. in Ohio. You're not proving that statement false. You're proving that it is true that you were in another state at 6 p.m. on a Tuesday. When you prove that statement true, you can see that you can infer that the other one's false. So it gets a little trickier than this, because then
it doesn't, because you're so way off.
Then it becomes like, well, okay, I can prove a negative claim, a negative.
Okay.
I can prove that there's no pink dragon in the kitchen, but you're not proving there's no pink dragon in the kitchen. You're proving that the kitchen is empty. And it is empty because anything that could be in there that would make it full by virtue of it being empty is not in there.
All right,
so when you say, do you believe that a God does not exist, or how did you phrase it again?
There's at least one God exists is false.
Yeah, you can. So say that again. I'm sorry.
The proposition at least one God is false is atheism. But you're going so way off the rails and wrong.
I would say just not believing a God is true.
Here's so many problems with what you just said. And I really recommend you read a paper called.
Because to say I believe it is false is to say that you believe the negation to that is true.
I really recommend you read a paper called Atheism and the Burden of Proof by Dr. Prakash Jackson. Who
I want you to just be able to.
So there's no. Okay. So first of all, when you're talking
neither atheism nor theism.
Agnostic.
And whereas atheism is not accepting a God to be true, then regardless of why you don't accept it to be true. Then
theism is a position. Then I assert theism is a position of not accepting the proposition of atheism to be true. That's what I accept. That's what I'm asserting theism is. Theism is the proposition that if you don't believe there's no God, you're a theist.
Yeah, but see, so with even and odd,
you agree with that then, right? If I say theism is odd,
you're comparing this and the opposite of this,
Jason,
and with God and no God, you're comparing this with not this.
Jason,
that's the difference.
Jason, if you're allowed to define atheism as merely not believing something is the case, then I'm allowed to define theism as not believing something is the case. That's what's called.
No, let's put the definitions.
That's called special. No. That's called special.
Definitions aside for a second. You either accept X to be true, or you do not accept.
And X is the proposition there is no God. What do you want? The proposition there is no God. Do you accept it? Do you accept the proposition there is no God? Do you accept that to be true?
So you're saying that is a proposition claiming to know there is no God?
No, I didn't say anything about no. Again, when we talked about theism, we didn't involve no. And yes, you can prove a negative. It's called proof by impossibility or modus tollens. I can prove to you a square circle cannot exist ontologically. I can literally prove this in a logic
by showing me other things that are true.
That's how you do a proof.
That's what I'm saying.
But
that is actually
you just said you can't prove something to be a negative.
Yes,
claim.
That's what I'm saying. You can't prove something is false without showing the truth of that which
that's
negates.
Fine. Everything has a coextensive belief to non-belief. True. Everything that's true.
But here's the thing. With even and odd, you're comparing this and that, and with God, you're comparing this and not this.
If you're allowed to say atheism is merely the non-belief of the proposition that God exists, you don't accept it, then a theist can say, well, I'm just going to say a theist is a person who doesn't accept the proposition there is no God. If you don't allow that, that's called special pleading. That's actually called my argument for that is called a weak atheist special pleading argument. It's one of the first arguments I came up with.
What is the rule that I'm allowing in one case and rejecting in the other?
Special pleading.
No, I know what special pleading is. I'm wondering what rule I'm saying is okay in my case and not in yours.
Theism is generally defined as the belief that there's at least one God.
Yeah.
Okay. If you now say that if you don't accept that, you're going to call that atheist, then you have to, by rational extension, allow a theist to say atheism is the proposition that there isn't a God, and if you don't accept that, you're a theist.
No.
Yes, that is literally textbook special pleading. If you allow for one case, you must allow it for the other without justification.
No. Yeah, but you're not comparing two things that are equal here.
There's either God exists or God doesn't exist.
It seems like it is, but it's because you're applying something to a negative here. That's the problem.
But
here's why. Because the opposite of even is odd. The
Correct.
Opposite of God is no God.
And if you believe there's no God, what do you call that?
Believe in a nothing.
You can believe there's no
make
God.
Sense.
What? Well, so you're telling me that all my atheist friends who believe there's no God are just wrong for believing there's no God?
No, and that's not even a consequence of what I said.
But they believe there's no God. They believe the proposition God exists is false.
Okay, they would say the words, I don't believe in a God. Or somebody would say the words while describing them, they believe there is no God.
Correct.
That is correct.
Yes.
That simply means they don't accept the claim that a God doesn't.
No, it doesn't simply mean that. That means they're making a claim that is the ontological state of affairs, that there isn't a God. If I say, and by the way, the statements God doesn't exist or I believe God does not exist mean the same thing.
You're saying that if somebody says they don't believe a God exists,
no.
They're making the assertion that a God does not exist.
Nope. If I say it is the case there is no God, I believe there's no God. I am making the claim that there's no God. The amount of numbers of gods of the universe is zero. Those are all claims. Those are all making state of affairs claims.
Sure.
Atheists will do this because that's what atheism is held to be in philosophy. The proposition.
No, that's a blanket statement fallacy. I'm an atheist and I don't do that.
In philosophy, the standard normative.
I don't care. No, I don't care about that.
But again, I'm
not.
Jason,
I'm not.
Jason, listen.
I'm not trying to tell you.
Jason, listen. I explain philosophy. You remember this? This is what I do. I explain philosophy. In philosophy, this is what it means. So you do you at least accept that? In philosophy, this is the standard usage by peer review papers and Stanford Encyclopedia.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with that.
Okay, so what I'm showing you is that if you start allowing other things like you're doing, you start getting into these fallacies. And I really do want to show you this diagram because
you haven't shown me a fallacy yet.
Special pleading.
That wasn't special pleading.
If you don't believe, okay, so I assert there's no God. If you don't believe that, you're a theist.
You assert there is no God.
And if you don't accept that position, you're now a theist.
No, because
that's exactly what you're doing in atheism. You're doing the exact same thing.
No.
Absolutely 100%.
You should let me finish though.
Okay, go ahead. But that's what you're doing.
No, okay. So you say there is no God. Now, let's see if I don't believe that. Okay, or not. So you say there is no God, and I turn to you and I say, okay, so you're telling me there is no God. Are you actively saying you believe there is no God?
Yes. I'm for arguendo's sake. I mean, that's not my position. But arguendo, there is no God. Do you believe that? If you don't believe that, if you don't accept that, I'm going to say that you're now a theist, because that's exactly what you're doing. You're saying there's a proposition God exists, and if you don't accept that, you're an atheist. It's the same thing in negation. This is why it makes no sense to do it that way. This is why lack of belief atheism is absurd. Nobody in the right mind that I've ever met that's a philosopher uses those terms like that, because there's so many issues.
It wouldn't matter. I wouldn't, if no philosopher uses terms like that, that wouldn't bother me at all.
You do
because what I'm talking about is what is actually in reality.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
In reality, you either accept a God exists or you don't.
And you either accept there isn't a God or you don't, right?
It's because you either know one doesn't exist or you simply don't believe one does.
We haven't got to the epistemic issues yet. We're still trying to figure out the issues with the whole terminological usages. And I did put the link, but I want to show you this. So look at this diagram. Okay, let's start at the upper corner. See where it says theism?
Yes.
That BSG stands for believes. Subject G is God proposition. Okay, so
yeah, I think this is all confusing the issue.
It's not. I really want to go through it because because you said it doesn't comport with reality. This is reality. Theism believes, and S just means subject, so we don't need to include.
Sure. So theism, upper left corner. This is someone who believes in a God in the upper left corner.
Correct. Right.
Okay. So what's the BSG there?
Subject believes God exists.
Why all of that? Theism is someone who believes in a God. Why do you need all of this BSG?
Because it's logic. I'm showing logically how this relates.
No. You
don't like logic,
but see, then it's irrelevant as to what we're talking about.
No, it shows you the possible logical considerations. This shows you the diagrams and relationships between these terms logically. You say they don't exist; they exist logically.
No, I never said terms don't exist. Mm-hmm. I never said that.
Okay, but the top left corner, if you believe there's a God, we're going to call that theist. Okay.
Okay.
Now the negation of that, would be you do not believe there's no God, which would be see that line.
Okay, no. Hold on. You just said the negation of that, which is referring to actual reality, and then you described a position we hold. You're going back and forth from describing the positions we can hold, which is many, and subsets of many, to the actual what actually exists.
No, there's only P or not P, man. There's only believes P or not does not believe P.
Yeah, I know that is the case for reality.
Okay, so if I believe P, if I believe the proposition is true, or I do not believe the proposition is true, there is no middle ground there.
I agree.
Okay, so look at the contrary line. Excuse me, the contradictory line, the diagonal. So I have BSG and not BSG, which means you believe that it's true or you do not believe it's true. Got right?
Okay. Theism, atheism, contradictory.
The diagram, the diagonal. That's called a contradiction. Okay. Because you cannot,
the one that's a contradiction?
Because you cannot believe it's true and not believe it's true at the same time epistemically. It's an epistemic contradiction.
Correct.
Okay. If you believe that it's true, the top theism, that implies by what's called subalternation that you don't believe the proposition is false. If I believe there's God, that means I don't believe the proposition of atheism that there isn't a God is true.
Hold on, say that again.
If you believe a proposition is true, you don't believe the negation's false.
If you believe a proposition is true, you don't believe its negation is false.
I do not. Wait a second. It is not the case. I believe it's false. Yeah. So, subject does not believe.
If you believe in
it implies that. I'm sorry.
You don't believe it's false. That is correct.
It implies that by subalternation.
I really think this is. Can you really simplify this here, man?
Yeah.
Or like kind of get to the point here.
If you believe something to be true, right, it implies you don't believe it's okay. So if I believe God exists, it implies that I don't believe it's the case that God doesn't exist. If a theist believes there's a God, right? Theist says there's a God. that implies the theist does not have the belief that there isn't a God. Correct?
That is correct.
That's an implication.
Yeah.
It's called.
If a theist believes a God exists, that means he doesn't believe that not a God exists.
Correct.
That is correct. I get it.
Okay, that's called a subalternation. That's the line that's going down.
Yeah, but why do that? A subaltern. Okay, you either believe you believe in a God, and then which means you don't not believe in a God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. So again, going back to, I want to just get through this diagram. So if I look on the right hand,
I think this is a good way to confuse it, but go ahead.
When I'm telling you, thousands of people read this paper, they're not confused by it. PhDs read this paper.
I know that doesn't mean anything to me. Thousands of people have read the Quran. Millions. But
this is logic. Logic is objective. As a matter of fact, Dr. Pritchard found an error in my paper. I corrected it. Why? Because it's objectively the case. Logic is logic.
Sure. If you can't find somewhere in reality for this to match, then I don't see your logic to be useful in any way.
So if theism is the belief that God does not exist, right? Then I have to have what's called a contrary. And a contrary is where you have
if theism is the belief that a God,
can I finish?
If theism is the belief that a God does not exist,
you have to have a contrary to that. The contrary is a position that cannot be one cannot be true, the other cannot be false. They both can be false, but they both can't be true. Okay,
that is correct.
I'm sorry. They both can be true, but they both can't be false.
Okay? Yes, that is about what is the case. Yes.
All right. So, for a contrary, I cannot have the position where I both hold theism and atheism at the same time. I can't believe there's God, and I can't believe there's not a God at the same time. Those are called contraries.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
That's the top line.
Okay.
The bottom line, okay, called a subcontrary, is I don't have to hold the theism. I don't have to hold the position there's no God. And I don't have to hold the position there isn't a God, atheism. I can hold neither position. That subcontrary line is the middle ground called agnostic, where I don't hold the position there's a God, and I don't hold the position there's not a God. That's called agnostic, the middle ground that you're looking for.
Yeah, I understand. I understand where the confusion. Yeah, I get it now. I get it now.
And one
there
other
is
thing,
no. Yeah, I still. Yeah.
And for atheism, if I believe this,
but I don't see a middle ground between agnostic or atheism or theism. I don't see a middle ground.
It's right there, agnostic.
I know you wrote it there. I know you typed it out there, but you do not believe a God exists.
So what? I don't believe there isn't God. Atheism.
I never said. Yeah, I never. Yeah.
Okay. But here's where the fun part gets in. This is where I will blow your mind. But you got to bear with me for a second. You got to let me suss this out. Hey, Vesper. The atheism at the very top there, the belief that the proposition is false. You agree, though, if somebody believes there's no God, we're going to call it atheism, even to arguendo's sake, right? I mean, what else are you going to call them? Atheists, right? But
no, I would not. I would not agree with that. I would have to. I
don't believe in God doesn't tell you that I'm an atheist.
I would have to go deeper into what you mean.
If I say if I say there's no God, I guarantee it. Everybody will tell you, oh, that person's an atheist.
I don't care what everybody else does.
You can't figure out that I'm an atheist if I tell you there's no God?
What's that?
You couldn't figure out if I say, look, there is no God. God does not exist. Gods are bullshit. They're imaginary. You're not going to go, oh, he's an atheist? Well, why would you not? That absolutely implies that.
Yeah, no, I never said I wouldn't.
You just said you wouldn't. You literally said you wouldn't.
No. What I'm saying is I wouldn't say I know exactly what you mean because I can say I do not believe there is a God. And that
telling
is
you
that is an atheist.
I'm saying, okay, so somebody who says there is no God, you can determine rationally that person holds the position of an atheist.
Yes.
Okay, great. So if atheism is up top there, then that implies you do not believe in a God. If I say there is no God, that implies I do not believe in God. Please say it for the love of God that may or not exist. That's true. Correct. Okay. That's called a subalternation as well. Okay? Okay. So there is no middle ground between the two top positions other than agnostic. There's no middle ground between atheism and does not believe. The subalternation, that line, the two lines that are going down the side, there's no middle ground between those two. Atheism and but think about this. We're going to call this, and I hate doing this, but I have no choice because I want you to understand it. Let's call it strong atheism. The top part, the top right. Strong atheism. You heard that term before, right? Okay. Positive atheism. You've heard that, right? Okay. And so the bottom right on the subalternation, let's call that weak atheism. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This is typical. if we have weak atheism, which is somebody who doesn't believe in God, and we have strong atheism, who's somebody who believes there's no God.
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with your your terminology is like it's almost like having 30 words for like 4 or 5 things.
I don't like the terminology either, but and I don't use that terminology. But that's what.
No, I'm just saying the terminology you're bringing up is
the terminology that Smith used. I don't like it, but I'm trying to use it to show you why that terminology has issues. But have you ever heard the term self-atheist?
Why don't you describe what a person does instead?
But have you ever heard the term soft atheism or weak atheism?
Sure. Yeah, I have.
Okay. What is a weak atheist?
So telling you what they are is something I really don't like doing, because so many different people have given me usages of these, and I think that they're just subjective.
Okay.
But from what I hear from people, I hear weak atheism is where you don't claim to know that a God exists or doesn't exist.
I've never heard that usage before.
That's why I'm not concerned with this.
Has anybody in live chat heard that before? I've never heard that usage before.
I would rather just go with your usage.
Okay. Generally speaking, if you we don't have to use weak atheist. Let's just do this. Assign atheism to the top if you believe, and does not believe God exists. So atheism
assign atheism to the top if you do believe. You said
if you believe there's no God, atheism. If you don't believe there isn't a God, we're going to call that atheism as well. Both those positions, top and bottom, we're going to call those atheist. Okay, is that good right now? So on the right hand side of that square, if you believe there's a God, or excuse me, if you believe there's no God, BS, not G, that's an atheist. If you also do not believe in a God, we're also going to call that atheist. That's the colloquial thing. Somebody who disbelieves or does not believe in a God. Top would be disbelief, bottom would be does not believe. Both those positions on the right-hand side are atheist, correct?
Sure.
Oh, thank God, we're making progress here. Now, if we're going to label that, and I actually have a chart for this, but I didn't put it in my paper.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if I'm misunderstanding your grid here.
If you have atheism on the top and atheism on the bottom on the right-hand side, if both those positions are atheist, right?
Yeah.
Then on theist, both those positions are theist by symmetry.
Sure. Yeah. With your grid. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Now, so I have theism on the top, theism on the bottom, atheism on the top, atheism on the bottom. Now I have agnostic. So now what I have is what's called semantic collapse. This is the purpose of my paper, because now you have somebody that logically can be an agnostic, an atheist, and a theist by semantic content. And that means,
you wrote it down that somebody can be
right.
this.
That's why we don't use, but this is my argument in my paper. This is why we shouldn't use terminology like that. It leads to semantic collapse. It lowers the axiological value for these terms by using.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
If you use the terminology that Matt Dillahunty uses, it lowers the axiological value of these terms.
What do you mean by it lowers the axiomatic? What do you mean by that?
They become less useful.
Why?
Because if I say I'm an atheist, somebody doesn't know because I believe there's a God, or I believe there's no God, or I have a lack of belief. If somebody says there's a theist, there's no loss of axiological value there generally. Somebody says you're a theist, oh, you believe in God. You don't sit there and go, oh, is he a theist because he believes there's a God, or he just doesn't believe there's no God? You don't think that. But because Matt Dillahunty et al. Have watered down the term atheist, now you have to go, wait a minute, what does atheism mean? And is somebody who believes there's a God or no God, or just lacks a belief? I have shown that if you use his terms,
no. So
because if you lack a belief in both conditions, if I lack a belief that there's a God and I lack a belief there's no God,
that second part doesn't. I lack a belief
there's no God.
Yeah,
what's wrong with that? That means I don't accept atheism. That means I don't accept the proposition's false. That's anybody who does. An agnostic doesn't accept the proposition God doesn't exist.
Yeah, no. There's a problem with the statement. There is no X.
What do you mean?
It's so. And I may not.
So funny. We haven't got into problems with the epistemic portion yet. We're still on the Doxastic here.
I have a feeling I'm not really going to be concerned with that, because what I'm trying to do is here's what I'm trying to do. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find an objective difference between specific positions someone can hold. Mm-hmm. I don't believe that somebody could say, I'm not an atheist or a theist. When I define atheism and theism, so I'm saying there could be a guy here who believes that God exists, and then there's a guy here who he does not believe in a God. But let me see here. So this guy here, he doesn't believe in a God. And there could be a couple of reasons why he doesn't believe in a God. Because he hasn't been convinced there is a God, or because he claims to actively hold the position that a God does not exist.
Mm-hmm. What, okay.
I-
So there's somebody who doesn't have an active position, there's a God. Somebody who doesn't have an active position, there's not a God. Okay, that's
Yeah, I would call that an atheist. He doesn't
Why?
believe in a God.
But he doesn't believe there isn't a God. Why not call him a theist? If you're going to be redefining terms like that,
what?
if you're going to call
Because
him
what?
if you're going to call him an atheist for not having a belief, then a theist can say, "Well, you don't have a belief. There isn't a God. I'm going to call that theism, or that's special
Yeah,
pleading."
because you're comparing the belief of the existence of something and not believing the existence of something. We're not comparing the belief of this one or the belief in that one. And that's the problem. Your language would match if we were like, do you believe it's red or blue? But we're talking about, do you believe it is this, or do you believe it is not this?
Yeah, and do you believe that it is the case there is no God? And then Vesper join in. Do you believe it is the case there's no God?
Yeah, I think that the way you're asking
No.
that,
Do you
in
believe that? I
everyday
mean, I'm
language,
asking you. Do you
it would
believe
make sense, but I believe that you're applying something to that.
that is not a
doesn't
complicated
apply
question?
correctly.
Do you believe the number of gods in the universe is zero? Is that your belief that there's zero?
That's let me think about that
All
for
right,
a
Vesper,
second.
you want to jump in?
Because I don't believe, if you were to tell me I do believe, or if you were to tell me that there is one or more gods, I would not believe that would be
Yeah, but
true.
I'm telling you that arguendo, there are no gods. The number of gods, if I counted up all the gods in the universe, the number is zero. Do you believe that? Because you either believe it or you don't believe
I
it.
would not say I believe that statement is true.
Okay, then you're a theist. But using your
No.
same reasoning. This is what I'm saying.
No.
By using, you have to apply the same methodology, Jason.
No, I'm just not convinced that it is true.
Which makes you
I'm not claiming
right,
to
which makes you a
know-
theist.
I'm not
because,
claiming to know it's false.
right, but you're a theist because an atheist is not claiming to say there's no
because
God
I
according
match
to you.
the criteria of an atheist.
And I'm telling you, are you matching that criteria of what I'm telling you? I'm redefining theism as the lack of belief there is no God. The lack of belief that the gods are zero.
So here's the thing. Good news.
Yeah.
I do understand the mix-up, and I know it's with the language now. I can actually straighten out the problem here with language. It is the language. I don't know if we'll have time to do it tonight.
Yeah, I still want to get the chart, but Vesper, come in here.
I want to do this a couple times a month. Is what I want to do.
Dude, I've been doing this for 10 years, man.
We got to come up with different.
This is like literally, if you do it, like I said, do a chat GPT on me. This is what I'm known for. I got to tell you, I probably have.
Steve, listen, genuinely, this is the most fun I've had in a long time.
Thank you. No, all things, it's just, I'm telling you, this is what I live for. I think this is the funnest ever. But I will tell you, I probably think that I've written more about these topics than pretty much anybody in the circles that we run in on YouTube. I don't know anybody that has written as much as I have on Agnostic Atheism. And this is why Matt Dillahunty has, said, changed his position. I don't think anybody has wrote on atheism as much as I have. There's people that have wrote afterwards, like Answers in Reason. Sorry, Joe. And then there's been a few others that after they picked up the mantle going, shit, Steve is right. They have written about that. But I mean, I have been pushing this for a long time. But Vesper, do you want to add something real quick? Then we can look at this diagram real quick.
We already have the qualifiers of implicit and explicit, or weak and strong.
They're not quite the same thing, though. and there's a little difference. And this is only for historical usage. The term.
So implicit, negative, weak, or soft atheist.
They're not exactly the same thing. That's just why if you go to Wikipedia, they use an Euler diagram and not a Venn diagram, because the way Smith used implicit and explicit, he used it a little bit different than weak and strong. It's a really nuanced difference. It really is. But he would put like babies as implicit atheists, and then he would have explicit atheists or people that actually are aware of the proposition.
Okay, regardless, you know what we're talking about. That people that lack a belief in God.
Yes,
without explicitly denying the concept.
Let's call that weak atheism right now.
Right. And so a theist who doesn't claim that their belief is true would be a weak theist also.
Correct. And I have proven that weak theism and weak atheism and agnosticism are all logically the same position. there's no logical difference between them, which means that if you say
between what again? Say that again.
Weak atheism, a person who says I'm a weak atheist, I don't believe there's a God, right?
Uh-huh.
A weak theist is somebody who says, I just don't believe that there isn't a God, and an agnostic, which means I don't have a position either way. I don't believe there isn't a God. I don't believe there is a God. I don't believe there isn't a God. Those are all logically the same positions.
Positions are not possible to exist. Really.
Sure, they are. I don't believe. If I say I don't believe there's a God, that position's not possible. I don't believe there's a God.
It feels like no. I know you can describe it that way. I understand.
You don't believe there's a God.
This way.
You don't believe, but you don't believe there's a God.
That is correct. I do not believe a God. There you go.
You have that position, so clearly that exists.
No, yeah. So when you say you have that position, I think you and me are thinking of different things when we say that position.
Both of us don't believe there's a God.
Yeah, because agnostic is specifically dealing with knowledge.
No, it doesn't. Never. I've never seen in any academic literature where that's the case. Matter of fact, Thomas Henry Huxley, when he coined the term agnostic, he didn't coin it with the term gnosis. He didn't.
But here, let's say, but see, it really doesn't matter.
This point. He didn't.
Okay, go ahead.
Because the term agnostic came from the 19th century, from Thomas Henry Huxley, and he coined it when he was at a meeting, and a meeting of people,
sure.
and he didn't like the fact that he didn't have a name for himself, and he thought that everybody there were making claims about knowledge and beliefs. Not just knowledge, but belief claims. I believe this. They weren't justified to make because they weren't on scientific grounds. So he coined the term agnostic using
that's still different.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
He coined the term agnostic using the root gnos, G-N-O-S, not gnosis. And what he used G-N-O-S for was to represent the illusion of having knowledge, because he thought that the people talking about God didn't know what they were talking about. He wasn't a theist. He wasn't an atheist. He thought they were both wrong because neither one of them had any information they could draw upon.
That's talking about like who is right or wrong.
But it had nothing to do with knowledge itself.
That's irrelevant to this discussion. So
it's literally Agnostic Atheist.
Agnostic or Gnostic aside, you either claim to believe or accept a claim to be true, or you don't. If you do, you either claim to know or have absolute certainty, or you don't.
Okay, but there's a problem in this quadrant here. There's a problem with this chart, and I'm going to explain to you the problem here. Okay.
Sure.
If you look at the very, you know how to label a quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. You go counterclockwise. So the upper right is 1, then over here's 2, then it's 3 and 4. Right in math. So the number 1 quadrant is called a Gnostic Atheist with a G, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem. If you look at the bottom and you have the bottom right quadrant, which is number 4, it says Gnostic Theist says, believe a God exists, claims to know a God exists, okay?
Yep.
And claim to believe is synonymous for all practical purposes. This is the person who says, I don't merely just believe there's a God. I actually claim to know there's a God, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now look at the agnostic theist. It says believes a God exists, doesn't claim to know.
No, does not believe a God exists.
No, it says believes a God exists. The
agnostic atheist?
No, agnostic theist.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, sorry. Okay.
So if you notice on the bottom, both of them have the same believes that God exists. Right?
Wait, say that again?
Both of them on the bottom says believes that God exists.
Yeah, they both believe a God exists. Yeah.
Right. Now here's the problem. In order to have a knowledge claim, you must have a belief first, because knowledge is a subset of belief. This is exactly what Matt Dillahunty has told
That's
people.
Correct.
This is my argument. This is why he believes this. He won't admit to it, but this is the reason. So I can epistemically modify a belief, right? I can say my belief is I'm modifying it to the next level and having knowledge, and then going further.
Kind of, because if you're doing this, because the way you do that with one thing versus another is different than the way you would do it with one thing versus not that one thing. And that's where you're confusing.
I'm not confusing myself. I assure you. Again, 10 years I've been doing this. I got this down in our form.
Maybe, but the amount of time or published papers you have, you can. I get it. You publish papers.
I haven't even shown you the problem yet.
For a long time.
I haven't even shown you the problem with it.
Time and papers published is irrelevant if you can't describe.
I'm trying to, but I keep getting interrupted. I haven't got to the other quadrants yet. I just want you to recognize at the bottom, both of them have a belief you can modify. I can modify with knowledge, or I don't need the knowledge, right? Both of them have a belief that I can modify. Okay?
Yes, both of them have a description that you can describe.
Right. Now look at the top. Does not believe in a God. does not claim to know there's a God. That's vague. That is ambiguous because I don't have a belief to modify. The Gnostic atheist does, even though it says claims to know there's no God exists.
Hold on, start this over. Start that over.
The Gnostic atheist position, the quadrant 1, says claims to know that no God exists, right?
Okay.
That implies you believe, because knowledge is a subset of belief, which implies you do not believe in any gods.
No.
That's an epistemic logical entailment. I don't know how you
say
it.
No, I know. I understand.
If I know there's a God, if I know there's no God, that means I believe there's no God. If I'm certain there's no God, that means I know there's no God, which means I believe there's no God, which means I do not believe there is a God. Those are
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
So,
but there's a problem in the language.
I don't understand.
And it has to do with referring to the lack of existence of something.
Okay, but that's irrelevant. I believe. I know there's no square circles. Square circles don't exist. There are no square circles in the universe. They do not exist.
I agree with you. And I also think that the way that is phrased, when we're simply trying to agree that something doesn't exist, like I know that, Burger King doesn't start with an M, but when you're talking about, oh, go ahead.
I just want to finish this. See the agnostic atheist position? If I was to logically put that in logical notation, it would be not BP and not KP. Does not believe God exists and does not claim to know God exists, right? And
I understand what you're saying. I get it.
Okay. Now, when you first came on, you realized there was an ambiguity there, that you could believe that something false or you can have no position either way. Agnostic atheist right there is ambiguous. It doesn't tell you whether you believe there's a God that doesn't exist or you have no position either way. It's the other positions are not ambiguous. They tell you what the position is.
Hold on. Say that one more time. What doesn't agnostic atheism tell you?
Quadrant 2 here in this chart is ambiguous.
I heard that part
because it doesn't tell you what every other position will tell you what the position is if you read into it a little bit.
What is the position that which one doesn't tell you?
Agnostic atheist. Does that tell you? Yes.
Okay, what does it not tell you?
Whether you believe there's no God or you have no position either way. It's ambiguous.
Okay, no, hold on. What it's supposed to tell you is what it tells you. Agnostic atheism, you don't accept that a God exists.
But it could be one of two different positions. All the other ones have one position. There's only one position for the other ones. Quadrant 1, 3, and 4 only allow for one position, logically.
That is correct.
Gnostic atheist tells you know there's no God and you believe there's no
God. No. Agnostic atheism.
No, Gnostic with a G. With a G.
No, that refers to
I'll just say quadrant 1 because it's hard to say agnostic or Gnostic. Quadrant 1 tells you you know there's no God and you believe there's no God, even though it says does not believe God exists. You can logically infer.
Wait, hold on. Quadrant 1 tells you what?
The blue quadrant. Do you want
the blue one? Okay.
Because I don't think because math means the first quadrant is a blue quadrant, the second is the yellow, the third is the green or chartreuse, and the pink is the fourth.
Yeah,
quadrant.
That's why I think you can palm a lot of stuff in here with that, and I think you can just keep it simple by using the actual. Just call it Gnostic atheist.
Okay, so I'm just going to color blue
or the blue one.
Okay, blue tells you the person knows there's no God and believes there's no God because you can infer that because of knowledge of this.
That is correct. That is correct.
So blue is fine.
That's me.
Okay. So Vesper is somebody who says, "Hey, look, it's not that I just merely believe there's no God. I'm telling you, I have actual knowledge that there is no God," and he has to justify it however he can do that. Okay, but that's your position, right, Vesper?
Right.
Cool. Awesome. I think it's a very hard thing to justify, but that's another show. But then you know that. I don't think you think it's easy. But so the pink is somebody who says, "I claim to know there is a God, and I also believe it because knowledge is a subset of belief." That is an unambiguous position. That's unambiguous, correct? You know that person's position. They believe there's a God, and they know there's a God. It's unambiguous.
That is correct.
Right.
Agnostic theist, the way it's here is unambiguous. It is somebody who believes there's a God, but not claiming knowledge.
That is correct.
What's the belief of the agnostic atheist?
What's that?
What is the belief of the orange? What is that person's belief?
It's not referring to
the other three positions tell you belief. It tells you what the person is believing. All three.
Yes.
So blue. Remember, this is a 4-quadrant graph, which means it has to have mathematical symmetry in order to be coherent. If it doesn't have symmetry, it's not a coherent model.
Yeah, I don't accept that.
That's math. No, that's then you don't accept math.
We're not talking about mathematics right now.
This is a 4-quadrant model where you have special pleading. All the
no, it's not special.
So you're saying that you're okay with 3 of these positions telling you what the belief is.
No, I'm not calling this a 4-quadrant model either.
How many
I'm
quadrants are
telling
there?
you these are the 4 positions someone can have.
No, but the agnostic atheist should be both at the top to be coherent should be believes God exists.
I know you're claiming that. I know you keep repeating
Or
that.
believes God does not exist.
I know you keep repeating these.
The fact the fact that both the top says does not believe God exists is framing it in the negative allows for ambiguity. The only reason why I can determine the position for the blue is because it has knowledge, and I can make a rational statement that because it has knowledge, I believe something. But blue, pink, and chartreuse all tell you the person's belief. The orange one doesn't, which means it's not a consistent diagram.
Well, it could be either one. It could be a lack of belief, or it could be a positive belief.
Correct, and that's why I said it's ambiguous.
To
unambiguate this is very simple. All you do is change the blue to believes as a God.
You change blue to believe.
So it believes there's no God. Believes there's no God. And orange to believes there's no God. If you just change those 2 things, then you have an epistemic modifier you can do something with. I can only modify something once I have a belief.
That really wouldn't make sense.
But you cannot get from orange to blue epistemically. Orange doesn't have.
I know you. Yes,
listen
you keep saying that.
Orange requires a belief you can modify. The bottom has a belief you can modify. The chartreuse or green.
You're saying that, but when I transfer it over into reality, what you're saying doesn't follow.
Do you agree that knowledge is a subset of belief?
Yep.
Then I can't have knowledge without belief. I have to have a belief first before I can modify anything.
That's great. That is equal, and I agree with that. But they're not saying there's any knowledge here. They're saying doesn't claim to know whether
but they
or
have
not
a belief first. Both the bottoms have a belief you can modify. The top does not.
Maybe I can explain this in more layman terms.
Does it make sense, Vesper, that the bottom have a belief you can modify, but the top, this is why that diagram's wrong. It should not say does not believe any God exists. Both of those should have beliefs that you can modify to knowledge. So the agnostic atheist, the orange should say believes there is no God, and the agnostic atheist, the blue should say believes there's no God. And then you can have agnostic.
Let him explain this
because it's like they're squeezing agnosticism into the orange quadrant.
Yes.
Which under this definition applies to both belief.
Correct.
Applies to belief.
I'm not following you.
So under Steve's definition of agnostic, it's somebody who's right in the middle of belief, right? They don't either not believe or they don't.
No.
I would define any agnostic position as simply a position in which you don't claim absolute certainty.
No, where does certainty come in? Certainty is like the highest level here. Nothing requires certainty. Knowledge doesn't require certainty.
No, I'm personally telling you how I would apply the term agnostic. Is simply
you don't know there's a cup here? There's a cup here. You don't know that? You can't.
I would not say. No, I would not claim absolute certainty on that. No.
I didn't say absolute certainty. I know there's a cup here. I'm not claiming absolute certainty. I'm claiming knowledge, and I have theories of knowledge to justify that.
Okay. So there is 2 ways you could use the word knowledge. One of them is to be aware of something.
I'm not using it that way.
And the other one is to claim to have absolute certainty.
No, and I don't know anybody who uses knowledge that way.
Then I don't know. Well, you're just using it as information?
Well, I mean, I shouldn't say that. There was philosophers years ago. Okay, so
what about the Gettier problems?
Gettier has nothing to do
with it. What about Rene Descartes? They both use knowledge in that sense.
There is something.
And then philosophy actually refers to justify.
Descartes has So way back when, there were philosophers that had what's called the strong acceptance case of knowledge. And the strong acceptance case of knowledge was certainty implies knowledge, and to have knowledge, you must have a certain condition to it. But the weak acceptance case for knowledge is what's modern contemporary epistemology is.
Are you talking about what is the case, or are you talking about
when you use the word knowledge in academia? You don't have to have certainty. It means that certain knowledge does not.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying what is
Listen,
possible for someone.
The weak acceptance case for knowledge is knowledge does not imply certainty, but knowledge implies belief. That's called the weak acceptance case. This is pretty much standard. If I say I know something, I'm not making any claim to certainty. I'm just saying that I have some justification under justified true belief.
No, and that's fine. But
or
but
direct causal theory, which I like better, but whatever.
But here's the thing: you either accept a claim to be true or you don't. And if you do, you either from that point, you either have absolute certainty or you don't. Or
right,
you claim to have.
But I'm not. The only thing I can claim absolute certainty on with any good argumentation are analytical propositions.
I'm not saying you do have it or don't have it. I'm talking about these are the objectively different.
I have absolute certainty that x equals for all of x equals x. I cannot be wrong on that. That's something I claim certainty. That's analytical. Yeah. So regarding agnostic and Gnostic, whether or not they're used this way or not, putting that aside for a second, if you label agnostic as any position you have that doesn't claim absolute certainty, while Gnostic is a position you have. Why would you want to do that? So you're agnostic about my cup being here?
What's that?
You don't have absolute. Let's go Cartesian sense.
That's how I addressed it the first time, and you said you weren't talking about it
because
that way.
It makes no sense because Cartesian certainty is irrelevant to me. You're saying that you're not certain. Well, I want certainty. Do you claim that you believe there's a cup here?
I do believe you have a cup in your hand.
Do you know that I have a cup here?
Now, when you ask me if I know, are you asking me, do I have absolute certainty?
No.
Then what are you asking me?
By justified true belief or direct causal theory of knowledge or a pragmatic theory of knowledge or semantic theory of knowledge. I don't care. Pick any of them.
Okay, so are you asking me, when you say, do you know this cup is here? Are you saying, do you have the most possible certainty you can have without claiming to have absolute certainty?
I'm not even using certainty. I'm using.
Then I don't know what you're asking me.
A theory of knowledge. Okay, so there's something called the justified true belief theory of knowledge, and it's pretty common. Right?
Okay.
You recognize the Gettier cases, so you've heard of it before. And
sure.
All that has to be is that the proposition is true. You believe the proposition, and you're justified to. It is true. There's a cup here. The proposition is ontologically there's a cup here. I believe it because I do believe it, and I'm justified to believe it because I can see there's a cup here. That's actually direct causal theory.
You're still okay. So what do you mean by no then?
I met all conditions for justified true belief.
Yeah, having a justified belief. Basically,
I'm justified. I believe it, and it's true. 3 conditions met. I have knowledge.
Okay, so do you equate knowing something and having justified true belief and absolute certainty?
No, I don't use absolute certainty for anything because it just confuses people. There's no reason.
No, I'm not saying you do or don't. I'm wondering what your idea. I can't
have epistemic certainty in the Descartes sense of anything.
Okay. So we both agree that you can't demonstrate.
It's called radical skepticism, and it gets you nowhere.
No, sure. I'm just asking. We both agree that you can't have absolute certainty in something, correct?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
I can't be absolutely certain that reality exists. I take it axiomatically.
When you ask me, do I know that cup is there? And you're not saying just are you aware that it's there either, right?
Correct. I'm asking you, do you believe it's true? Is it true? And are you justified? That's it.
I do believe it's true, and I'm justified. But I also use that usage in the beginning too.
So I said, so you can say there's a cup here. Why? I don't know why.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Listen, any terminology that you want to use or describe as something, I don't have a problem with it.
Ask me questions. I tell you what, ask me questions. I can answer all your questions easily because my framework is coherent.
I'm going to plug in my laptop real quick.
Vesper, I mean, my system is, and by the way, this is, and I want people to recognize, this is not just my position. This is how it is standard in philosophy. This is normative. This is what you learn intro level philosophy. Nothing I have not given anybody anything beyond my own work on the subject of anything that's any different what you would find if you take a philosophy course. This is not just me.
I believe I believe there is something you're ignoring that they did go over with you in philosophy, and you're kind of putting that aside right now.
What's that?
And that has to do with the way that you're talking, the way that you describe the phrase to believe there is no God.
Mhm.
There and what it and now I'm gonna have to go and get my language correct here and come back to you, because
Sure.
I do realize where the mix-up is here.
Mhm.
And it has to do with the difference between discussing the way you would have a discussion about what we're talking about right now if it came down between do you believe something is even and do you believe something is odd. I believe you would kind of be onto something here with as far as what your language is concerning.
I'll send you my essay, Gumball's and God Better Explained.
Yeah, and I'm far more interested in reading it now. But I do believe that there is a mix up in language here, because whether or not I'm using the same terminology as you,
Right.
I do believe it is simply the case that you either accept a claim to be true or you don't, and we both agree on that, right?
Mhm.
And if you do accept it to be true, there are different levels of confidence you get, whether or not it's
Mhm.
justified or not.
Sure, I agree
There
with
are
that.
different levels of confidence you can have,
Correct.
and those different levels of confidence
Mhm.
are not objectively quantifiable. Like we can't compare one sprint.
Those are called degrees of certitude.
Sure. So those are all different. But once you get to a claim, and putting aside whether or not one can have absolute certainty or not,
Mhm.
once you get to a point of absolute certainty, it's like once you claim to have absolute certainty, there's no step further beyond
I
that.
agree
You're
with you.
either at that point or not at that point. Now, if I don't accept something to be true, so if I don't accept something to be true, it could be because I know it is false,
Mhm.
which is really believing something else to be true that it negates that
Correct.
thing.
Mhm.
That doesn't apply with a God.
Why doesn't it?
That right there doesn't exist with a God.
Okay,
Because
well,
what
Vesper.
is the opposite of a God does exist is the opposite of an odd amount of gumballs. I can give you an even amount.
If you know they're not even, you know they're odd. There's no other.
Well, no, more importantly than that.
But Jason, but listen. If you know the gumballs are not even,
I understand.
It's called closed under negation.
I get it.
If I know they're not even, I know they're odd.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get
So
it.
Vesper
That
claims
doesn't
he
transfer
knows.
over to a God.
Why not? He knows there's no God. Vesper claims
I can
that.
tell. I'm trying to explain why.
Okay.
Okay. So if I can give you an even amount of gumballs, I can give you an odd amount of gumballs, and so there is either this or this.
Mhm.
Now, when we're talking about a God, it's either the God now or it is nothing. The problem is the statement, the phrase is nothing, is kind of a misnomer, and it's nonsensical, and the language that you're using is kind of taking advantage of that description.
All right. If I said there's no square circles, and I can prove that proof by impossibility, and I say I know there's no square circles. I know there's not. I don't have to show you anything. I don't have to show you a square circle that doesn't exist to prove to you that there are no square circles. I know there are no square circles. I can make a proof of this. I've done it.
Yes.
So there's nothing there. There are no square circles. There's nothing there, but I still have knowledge of that. There are no square circles. So your argument makes no sense because there are no square circles. There's nothing. There's non-existence of square circles.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree
How
with the
is that any
statement
different than
you're
God
saying.
then? If God doesn't exist, you can still know there's no God. Especially if God is
I agree with the statement that you're saying. I don't agree with the statements that you're inferring from that. Like saying
if God is impossible, could you know there's no God?
What's that?
If God is impossible, could you know there's no God?
If God was impossible, would I know there was no God?
I actually said, could you, but sure.
Ooh,
the answer is very simple. Yes, you would know there's no God because it's impossible.
No.
Impossible things can't exist.
No, that's not what you asked me. You asked if I would know something.
No, I asked you very clearly. If God is impossible, could you know there is no God is what I asked you. The answer is yes, you could know because you would know there is no God. You would know there's no God if it's impossible because impossible things don't exist.
I don't think that follows.
Help
just
me, Vesper.
Because
this is like
possible does
how
not
does that not follow? That clearly follows. If something's
because something is impossible does not automatically guarantee somebody would know it doesn't exist.
But if I tell you it's impossible and you accept that it's impossible, then you could know. I know square circles are impossible because I can prove it.
No, I think there are things that are impossible that we don't know.
But if you know it's impossible, I know square circles are impossible. Do you know square circles are impossible?
I would say I have a justified true belief that they're impossible.
That's
yes.
knowledge. There you go. Yes.
Okay.
It's definitely possible to not know that something is impossible.
Correct. Of course. Yeah.
Sure.
There's a lot of things
You're not familiar with the argument.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible or impossible.
I still don't see the middle ground between atheism and theism, whereas atheism is not accepting a God exists.
And theism, and again, theism is now not accepting there isn't a God. If you allow for one, you've got to allow for the other.
Yes, but this is this is this.
Why do you want to insist that atheism is merely not believing something? Why do you want that terminology? It leads to irrational things.
Because if I found out that there was a God tomorrow, I wouldn't say, "Oh, I was wrong." Sure. I would know that I never had the position that
No, beliefs can be false. Knowledge can't. If you have a false belief, you say my belief was false. You don't say I have false knowledge. It's called the principle of attribution and retraction. I attribute a disposition. I believe something. If my belief is false, I just say, look, I had a false belief. But if I say I know something, I don't say, look, I had false knowledge. I retract the claim to knowledge. So if Vesper finds out there's a God tomorrow, he would have to retract his claim to know there's no God. He didn't have false knowledge. He had a false belief, but he would retract it. So he attributes a disposition, and you only retract knowledge. You don't retract the belief. He still had the belief, but his belief happened to be false. Right?
Well, it wouldn't be possible if I have knowledge.
Well,
for God to show up.
Theoretically, if you're okay, that's called a transcendental argument. If you actually did know there's no God, it would entail there is no God. That's a transcendental argument.
Right.
Yeah.
So one could never show up.
I've actually ran that argument on Facebook, and you know how many people I trigger on that because they don't understand the conditional.
Well, hold on. Let me. This
exactly
guy,
right
Vesper, is that your name?
Yeah, Vesper knows a little bit about logic.
It's nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah.
Thanks. Likewise.
Yeah. So. What is the mistake that I'm making here? Why am I under the position that there's no middle ground between atheism and theism?
Why are you taking that position? I don't.
Or why am I under that belief? Like, what is the mistake I'm making here?
That there is no middle ground?
Yeah, between atheism and theism.
Because. Yeah, in the broadest sense, atheism is a lack of belief, right? So it fits under the category of what Steve would call agnostic.
Correct. Agnostic literally is the conjunction of not believing theism and not believing atheism. It's a conjunction of that. That's the logical.
That's my issue. Is that it's effectively doing the same thing,
right?
That agnostic does.
What would be the difference if I just wanted to know your position of belief? Will have nothing to do with knowledge. Nothing. Forget knowledge even exists.
Yeah.
I just want to know what your position of belief is. Right? Then you only have three possible positions: believe God exists, believe God does not exist, or has no position either way. If you want to call the middle position atheist, which it is, but if you want to call the last position atheist as well, now you have two positions that have the same name, which is confusing.
It's almost like your middle ground is like atheism because.
No, I got an answer for his question. Yeah. I think it's better to break it up between belief, like believer, or I'm a non-believer. And on top of that, you can say, I'm a non-believer, and I believe that God does not exist, right? It's something in addition to that.
But the theist can say, I'm a non-believer of the proposition atheism, of the non-existence of God, and then some of them actually believe there's no God. If you allow for non-belief for atheism, you have to allow for non-belief for theism, or that literally is special pleading. You can't get around that.
Well, no, because the non-belief of atheism, there's a problem with that.
Show me, because nobody's ever been able to show that problem.
No, I understand.
And real quick, do you
in fairness, I didn't really know where the mix-up was, but I do now.
Do you agree that using the schema, if atheism and not theism are the same exact set, because in philosophy, atheism is a subset, a proper subset of non-theism. Non-theism is a superset, and in non-theism, you've got agnosticism, you've got atheism, you have ichtheism, you have ischiism, you've had not theological non-cognitivism, you have all these different positions. Apatheism, which is a little more of an emotional thing, but it still falls under that. Skepticism can fall under that. Pantheism can fall under that.
Yeah. So the thing with this.
But I want to if you make them the equal sets, do you agree that means you're committed by narrow necessity that rocks are atheists? Because this is why we talk about rock atheism. This is why Aaron Ross says rocks are atheism. Well, hang on, let me finish. Let me finish. Aaron argues rocks are atheists for this logical reason, and he's actually correct using this logic. It's called a narrow necessity, meaning the conclusion must follow from the premises, but doesn't have to be metaphysically the case. If you substitute atheism as a semantic substitution for the set of non-theism or not theist, rocks by logical necessity, by entailment, must be atheist. And I can prove it to you. I can prove this to you.
I understand that makes sense in a grammatical sense
and logical sense. And who wants to say rocks are atheist? That's silly.
No, you can make it a valid structure of words that describe that. Like you could play with the language.
Do you want rocks to be called atheist? Because that's what it would entail. It would logically make them atheist. They don't have a belief.
No, I would simply think you were applying belief to things where it just doesn't apply.
It wouldn't matter.
Things that have the capability of believing or not.
But that would be a subset of the superset. So that would be a subset. The superset. Look, Jason, I can prove this to you. The superset called the law of negation.
I would just call it a false equivocation fallacy.
There's no equivocation fallacy there. The law of negation states A or not A must be true. A or not A must be true. Agreed?
Yeah, but the problem is you're saying A is God and not A is atheism.
No,
when it's really
I'm not saying anything. Listen to me.
Not God.
Listen to me.
Atheism.
A or not A has to be true. Will you just agree with that or not agree with that? That's called the law of negation. Do you agree with the law of negation? A or not A must be true.
I do agree.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I do agree with that. What I have a disagreement is what you're extending.
I haven't got to the extension yet. Let me work through it.
Go ahead.
Okay. If I instantiate A with dog, I have a set of dogs, and I have a set of non-dogs, things that are not dog. Everything in the universe has to fit into one of those two sets. They're complementary sets in you, because in you have A, and then you have the complementary set A prime.
You're gonna have like a set of not dogs.
Yeah, this cup is not a dog. It's in the set of non-dogs.
I got you. Okay.
So pick an item. Pick anything in the universe. Pick anything. Give me a noun.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a noun.
Okay. Computer, non-dog.
Computer is a non-dog. So everything has to be in the set of dogs or in the set of non-dogs in the universal set. So if you're not a theist, you're in the not theist set, right? Mm-hmm. Rocks are in the not theist set because they're not a theist. They don't have the belief there's a God exists, right? Just like a computer, rocks are in the non-theist set, right?
Sure.
Now you've called that non-theist set atheist. You've just changed the name of the set semantically to atheist. Now rocks fall in the set of atheist. There you go.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and that's why it's a problem.
It's not something that I really take seriously. I find it a clever.
It's a problem, though. It makes no sense.
Where and how is it a problem? Who's coming around asking? Thinking that
if I said, "Hey, how many atheists in the universe? How many atheists are there?" and you start, "Well, quarks are atheists, protons are atheists."
I mean, it's self-evident, right?
It's silly
because rocks don't have the capability of believing or not.
So why make that substitution? That's a poor substitution to call non-theist the same as atheist.
Usually,
they're not equivalent sets.
I know that.
But it's in reference to theists.
So you can frame it in reference.
It's in reference to theism.
Remember, you can frame everything in negation too. Rocks are not atheist either.
But if you can frame it, yes, you can frame it any way you like. I mean,
well, let's frame it in the negation. I have atheist and not atheist. What set does rocks go into? Atheist or not atheist? What?
Yeah, rocks are atheist, but it's like
no. If
No.
without defining anything.
No, I
just-
wouldn't say a rock is a person
just-
who does not believe a God
That's
exists.
irrelevant. If I had us have
I know you're saying it is,
atheist
but
or
I
not,
don't believe it is irrelevant.
it very much is. Atheist or not atheist, which category would you place a rock in without you had the terminology? Where would a rock go?
I would say the question is flawed.
Everything in the
I would
universe,
say the categories you're providing is
everything in
flawed
the universe
too.
has to fall within one of those two sets by logic, by logical necessity. There is no way
I
around
would say
this.
the rock. I would say the rock is an atheist,
your
right?
premise.
Okay,
But
so
an
what's
an
happening?
animist could say the rock is a theist.
Hang on. So Jason, what you're literally telling people though is that you're not accepting logic, and that means you're being irrational. by definition.
No, I'm not saying I'm not accepting logic. Logic is a tool that we use to determine whether or not an argument can demonstrate the claim it
But
makes.
logical has classical ramifications, and you either A or not A is
Yeah,
a
and the
logical.
classical ramifications that you're providing are not valid.
Why not?
To say
A or
that,
not
to
A,
say
dog or
that-
not
to
dog.
say that- What's that?
Everything is either a dog or not dog. You already agreed on that.
Yes, I do agree. Everything is a dog or not
Then
a dog.
everything is either an atheist or not an atheist by the same instantiation.
Yes,
A or
but,
not
but
A.
but that doesn't mean everything is an atheist or a theist.
I
Uh,
agree with you with that, but that's my argument. Everything is not always. Everything in the universe is not an atheist or theist. There are
Why
other
not? Does-
categories.
Yeah, but the position you hold is either atheist or theist.
No, I hold neither
I know you say that,
because I don't have a belief either way. I'm agnostic.
which
Agnostic.
makes you an atheist.
No, it makes you an agnostic. You keep thinking
An
that
agnostic atheist, if
no,
anything.
it doesn't. You keep see Jason. I'm telling you until you realize
I know you're telling me, you're repeating it,
until
but
you
repeating a claim isn't going to make the claim true.
until you get rid of this notion that atheism is a lack of belief, you're never going to understand this properly. I give you my word on that.
well, that's the whole issue, right?
Well, yeah,
it's a
You're
definition.
never
of
going to
words.
understand it properly. You can't. It's not possible. This is why people have left that line of thinking after they finally go, hey, shit, Steve's right. They stop thinking that way. Once they go, hey, look, what happens if I do an experiment for me?
Yes,
Well,
if somebody stops thinking one way and adopts your belief, they'll agree with you. That's true.
True. Yeah, but do an experiment. Go read some stuff and think atheism as the belief there's no God and see how much easier it is to understand these things.
But I wouldn't do that, though.
Do it
I
as an
wouldn't
experiment.
say, huh?
Do it as an experiment. I've done it as a lack of belief.
How's that an
And-
experiment? What's the experiment again?
Go assume that atheism only means the belief that God does not exist. And then go
Why
read
would
some
I do
stuff.
that? Why would I do
To
that?
show how much easier it is and how much more sense it makes.
We're not. Our goal isn't to see what's easiest. Our goal is to see.
It eliminates
what is
ambiguities, eliminates contradictions, eliminates
We're-
rocks
we're-
being
we're-
atheist.
No, I don't believe that's all.
Let me ask
everything. it
Vesper.
eliminates.
Vesper.
Huh?
Let me ask
Okay.
Vesper. In the set of you, I have A and not A. I want to instantiate A with atheist. Now I got atheist and not atheist. Where do you find, where are you in that set? Are you in the set of atheist or not atheist?
Atheist.
Correct, because you clearly because you know there's no God according to you. Where would a rock fall in those two categories?
Would be an atheist.
False dichotomy.
No, it wouldn't because it wouldn't be an atheist because an atheist doesn't have, a rock doesn't believe there's no God. It would be a non-atheist.
The language you're using is very deceptive. A rock doesn't believe there is no God.
Okay, let's assume that it means a lack of belief.
Okay, hold on.
So
Here's,
wait. Hang on, Vesper, because you had it earlier. Let's assume atheism means a lack of belief, okay? Atheist or not atheist?
Yeah,
An atheist lacks the belief there's a God, right?
Barbies don't use the correct gas to drive.
but
So
the,
it's an atheist. So
but the thing is, that's not a proposition.
what is in a proposition?
Yeah.
It's not a proposition to say I have the mental
No, God doesn't exist. as a
state of non-belief.
God doesn't exist as the proposition. The propositional
That's not
state.
that's not the proposition being made, though.
I'm
It's that I don't-
I'm
it's that-
proposing you there's
it's
no
that I
God.
don't believe, and that's
No.
not it.
The proposition is there is no God. That's the negation of the proposition.
Oh,
that
you're-
God
you're-
exists.
so
Not
you're
under this
saying you know
definition,
there is
though.
no God.
It doesn't matter with that definition. This is
No, I know. I'm personally asking you. Are you saying you know there is no God?
he does. He says there's no.
No, but Steve, I'm asking you.
No, I don't even have the belief there's no God. How can I have knowledge? Knowledge is a subset of belief.
So you would say that you. So if I say, Steve, you believe you do not claim to know there is no God.
Correct.
Is that what that's true?
Correct. Vesper would answer that question. Yes, though.
Okay.
He claims to know there's no God. I
Right.
don't make that claim. He claims to believe there's no God. I don't make that claim. And so let me ask you, Jason. What is your
Oh,
actual
go
position?
ahead.
Do you so you say you don't claim there's a God and you don't claim there isn't a God. Is that what you said earlier?
I don't claim that a God exists. I don't claim that a God does not
Okay,
exist.
so let me ask you, what evidence did you get in order to evaluate where you suspended judgment?
No, that's so. The question, you don't get evidence to not accept a claim
Sure
to be
you do.
true.
You evaluate evidence, right?
You can get evidence that leads you to believe something is false.
So
but I see where the miscommunication.
So is there evidence that God exists?
Is there evidence that God exists?
Mm-hmm.
So I can say yes and kind of describe why, and say no and describe why. So yes, there are things that indicate that a God exists, and I don't think there's sufficient
that's fair.
evidence
No,
to suggest
that's good.
that God exists.
So
But I can also say that I wouldn't believe those things actually do attribute to the existence. But go ahead.
Somebody says, Vesper's right, lack of belief is not a proposition. No shit, which is what's confusing Steve McRae. Why would people say I'm confused here? I've been doing this for 10 years. I'm not confused on any of this. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ, people. I am so fucking not confused. I literally write shit on this. This is the one area on fucking YouTube I know about. I am not confused. I have never said a lack of belief is a proposition. It's psychological. This is why atheism, as a propositional state, is the belief there's no God. Agnosticism is the psychological state of being agnostic on the proposition, because agnosticism is not propositional in that aspect.
That was a tautology.
But the thing is, earlier
nobody ever said lack of belief is propositional.
Earlier you said that not believing
is a second order belief.
That the negation is also true, that you believe, that God does not exist.
No, I said no. If
I do see where the confusion.
The negation of the proposition God exists is the proposition there is no God. That's what atheism is, and the belief there's no God. It holds the propositional content of the proposition.
Yeah, it's the way that you're defining atheism.
And that's fine, but
it's in a strict sense of there
but
is
if not,
no
then because if not, you've eliminated the agnostic position. You subsumed it into agnostic. I mean, it's assumed it into atheism, which is unfair because the theist has every right to do that as well. If an atheist assumes agnostic and says, "Look, you have no position either way," you're an atheist.
Theist does actually believe in a God at this point.
But they don't have to. If you're going to redefine atheism to be a lack of belief, you can do that with theism as well. It's the same argument. Do you know where it is? Do you know where the argument came about for lack of belief atheism? You know where that came about from?
It really doesn't matter. What matters is what people can actually do and not do.
I lack a belief there's no God. That makes me a theist.
You lack a belief? No, it doesn't.
Why not? That's your argument. For atheism. It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It literally is. It's the same exact argument.
I know you keep saying that, but
if I lack a belief there's a God, you're going to call it atheist. Well, I'm going to say by the negation.
Hold on. You lack a belief that there is no God,
which would make me a theist using your argumentation.
Can you restate that in a simpler way?
I do not hold the belief that the gods do not exist. By using your argumentation, by framed in negation, which is a logical by a logical transformation, I can call that theism. And a theist is merely now somebody who doesn't believe there's no God. That's why it's stupid, because we shouldn't be labeling things that way. Yeah, we shouldn't be defining things in the negative. There's no reason to do that. But this is what I want you to know. Where did that come from? Where did that lack of belief atheism came from? It only came around in 1972. Do you know that?
That doesn't really concern me.
It does matter because the guy who wrote it.
It matters when
the guy who wrote it didn't even believe his own argument. He later became a deist, and that
doesn't matter either.
But
Einstein was wrong. Einstein thought he didn't. Einstein died not believing things. Einstein died not believing things that he previously wrote. He died not believing an argument and ended up being
Jason. But Flew argued. This is his argument in his paper. If you want to accept his argument, then read his paper. Because
I'm just saying. In his
argument, let me finish.
Stop saying like the length of time or the date of something because those are irrelevant.
In his argument, he explicitly said atheism is the belief there's no God. That was in his paper.
Okay.
So he acknowledged that fact, but he said, I want atheism to be accepted not as the positive belief, but in the negation. It's called the presumption of atheism.
Why?
Because the theists can do the exact same thing.
I know you're repeating it, but it still doesn't make any sense.
Sure, it does. You allow one for you allow the other. Once it's the opposite negation of the proposition.
No. One applies to an existing thing, and one simply applies to that not existing thing.
Let's say I'm the new Anthony Flew for theism. I'm asking theists now to not use theism in the positive case. That is a God. I'm employing a theist now to use theism as merely somebody who does not believe there's not a God. That's my new paper called
you keep talking about like what people want to do and like what they want to call things. Jason,
hang on, really seriously. Awesome Clips for $5 says whoever on this panel does the first magic trick wins the debate. Well, hey, see this? See this cup? It's gone. Woo! Oh wait, I can do a magic trick. Hold on. Wait. See this? Ooh, I'm gone. I'm disappearing.
Yeah, hold on, because
I've had. Oh my God, I disappeared. Like I vanished.
Because I've had so much fun here. I tell you what, I'll do this really quick.
Sure. I love that. Oh, that's sick, man. That's pretty awesome. Yeah,
you win.
You win. I'll give you that.
No. But hey, listen. Two things. I do have to get going.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
You have to do this.
We'll do part 2. Absolutely. I continue with Vesper
within like you promise.
Oh, swear to God, yeah, that may not exist.
Vesper, you gonna be here, Vesper?
I lived through this shit.
Maybe.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I hope so. You friend with you a friend of mine on Facebook?
No, I just
I don't think
drop by.
No, but here's the thing. I do hangouts all the time on my main channel, personal channel.
Yeah.
So
I got my agency has me booked like on a daily. It is really busy. Yeah. It is.
Show
really
yourself
crazy.
out, man, because I mean you've got some I know publicity. I get. And I don't want to say notoriety.
Yeah.
But you got some name recognition in your area.
There are a lot of. I tell you what, there are a lot of
Blaine in his area. Yeah.
There's a lot of really interesting things that you could do that do require a high level of skill. There's also some really interesting things that that almost work on their own. I have this deck of cards here, and it's one of the only gimmicked deck of cards that I use, and I'll show you why. If any effect that I've ever done looks like real magic, this is it right here.
I love learning about cards. I can't do any of them, but I follow magic. I do. I watch all the Penn and Teller stuff.
I'm going to try to do this.
How to do a lot of magic tricks.
There's not too much glare here, but with this deck of cards, you can go through the whole thing here. Let me see if I can do this here. I really want you to be able to see the front and back of all these cards here, because I'm going to do something really cool here. Watch this. So in this one move right here, and you could see the 6, it is quite literally every single card here is 100% blank. I don't know how good it's coming up on the but you could literally go through everyone. And then so now it's all of them are blank except for those 2.
See, I'm not going to say how that's done, but I think I have an idea. But I
it kind of builds. You know what? I would tell you if you're right too. It's.
How about this? Is that a thin deck?
A what?
A thin deck.
It's not a thin deck. It's the way that this is made is, and I might have a lot of magicians upset at me for this, but if you spread it, it's blank. If you dribble it, you see the cards. And the reason why is because each card is actually two cards.
Yeah, thin deck. Yeah, that's what I call thin deck. They're 2 cards. It's the same size of a regular deck, but there's twice as many cards in there.
There is 52 cards in here.
Oh,
25 of them are blank on one side.
Okay.
With the back on the other.
Yeah.
And the other ones are blank on one side with the face on the other.
You've seen the thin decks where the cards are half the thickness?
A tapered deck.
Tapered deck. Yeah, that's what they're called.
Yeah. This isn't a tapered deck.
I took a shot at it.
These are if you look really closely, they're I don't know if you can see it, but they're short, tall.
Yeah.
So you can, every time you cut, you'll cut to a card. Yeah.
Okay, don't give it away.
I've seen similar things where they on AGT where they have like a piece of paper and it's cut at different levels so they can flip it to all the longer pieces of paper. Those are really interesting.
Like
I said, I've watched all that stuff. I love Penn and Teller. Penn and Teller are my heroes when it comes to magic.
I don't want them to get crucified by a guild of magicians or something. You know,
the magician I find most fascinating,
revealing the secret,
Uri Geller, because he had the entire world fooled.
Oh, Uri Geller was a con man and a half, but he was masterful what he did.
Because what he was doing didn't look like if you could do real magic, you wouldn't be pulling out a deck of cards.
But you know how many people that didn't? I remember back in those days, right? And we're gonna have a whole. I tell you what, when you get free,
Bending.
the next time you get free, fuck this shit. Come on and let's talk about psychic bullshit because I love that stuff. People don't know this, but that's almost how I got started in YouTube. There's a guy on YouTube and I don't remember his name, but he was all against the psychic frauds like what the hell, the Long Island Medium, right? And all those, what's the other one that died? The witch.
There's all those mediums that are on the.
I love debunking that shit.
Like James Randi.
I love James Randi here. I love debunking psychics because psychic is absolutely bullshit. And so we could have a fun time having that kind of discussion. I'm against tarot cards. I'm against palm. I do palm reading, but only as you would do your act. I had done palm reading acts as mentalists, and I would read people's palms. But it would be a kind of a warm read. But you'd be surprised when people go, "Oh shit, you've got some talent." I'm like, "No, listen to me. This is all an act."
I think hypnosis is kind of the most ballsy performance that you can have because because the way that they find the people to bring on stage is fascinating. They're employing the like a double blind so you know there's a percentage of us susceptible to the placebo effect here.
Correct.
So they tell the entire audience, and this is so genius, they tell the entire audience, you know, like put your hands together, and then when they put their hands together they say some hypnosis mumbo jumbo and then say you can't pull your hands apart.
Wow,
now most people are like, I don't get it, but then there's that small percentage in the audience that are like, oh, I can't pull that. And the hypnotist knows to bring them on stage.
They're already susceptible to it.
That's good. Yeah. I find it fascinating.
No, I love that, dude. That's why Lou, I got to have you back on for that. Cause it's
excellent, man. This was so fun.
Jason, I am thrilled, dude. Go do your magic stuff, man.
Thanks for having me on, man. Thanks.
I know I get a little frustrated, but it's not directed toward anybody. This was one of the best
and I
conversations
think
I've had.
people have a hard time understanding the nature of debate and really like how fun it is. You know what? I think it would help people if they understood that if you and me agreed on everything, we would probably look.
I wouldn't invite you on.
We would probably look for something to disagree on.
I wouldn't invite you on. I like the disagreements. Yeah.
It's great.
But I do want to do an agreement thing on the whole psychic bullshit. I love that stuff.
For sure. Yeah. For sure.
I mean, in fact, that'd be a good After Dark episode of because I do After Dark, and that's what I want the After Dark episodes to be. I'm trying to do one. My next episode is on lucid dreaming, which I think is bullshit. But it doesn't work. I mean, don't worry. I lucid dream, but it's all internal. You know what I'm saying? It's all mental.
Yeah. I wish I could lucid dream a lot more.
Yeah, all right, man. Thank you, Jason. I'll stick around for a few minutes.
Hey, man. Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it, sir.
All right, man. Take care, man.
You too.
Fun as shit, man. Okay, so look in the live chat. There are some people. There's some people still out there that use agnostic atheists. They don't understand why it's just so ambiguous and so silly. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
I think I understand your argument better now, a lot better.
Well, you know, I want somebody to go, well, Steve's, you know, I may not adopt Steve's view. I may not, you know, agree 100%, but his view is not wrong. That's if I can get that, that's fine. But when people tell me I'm wrong, I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up, man. This is basic. This is shit you learn in philosophy. These are things you can go read on your own. This is objective. I'm not trying to give anybody any bullshit information. That's when I get pissed off when they're like, Steve's wrong. Oh, really? Now we have a problem. He's not going to show the logic wrong, you know?
Yeah, you're not necessarily wrong. It's just different. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I like
different from what we're used to.
Well,
Let's put it that way.
People have been indoctrinated for years with that whole Matt Dillahunty bullshit. How many people were going on Jacqueline?
It's just the standard. It's just the standard usage today.
Yeah, but
that's why.
But I'd rather be a critical thinker. To me, it's more important to be a critical thinker than a bandwagon follower. And those bandwagon followers are the lack belief atheists who doesn't want to think for themselves. They just defer to somebody else and go, well, that's what it means. But once they start thinking to themselves, well, no, that doesn't make much sense. They become better critical thinkers and they learn philosophy a lot better.
Yeah, so let me try to steel man your argument really quickly and see if I got it like in a simple way.
Okay.
Basically, you're trying to disentangle weak atheism from the definition of the word to be included in the definition of agnostic, which
agnostic is weak atheist. There's no difference logically.
Right. So that you're saying that would make it more simplified,
Yeah,
essentially.
because if people say, "Look, I don't believe in that," and they're going to call it atheist, well, you're now subsumed the agnostic position because that is the agnostic position. The agnostic position has no belief either way. So why have
because we do use the
word
word agnostic to mean like I don't believe something, like I'm agnostic on that issue.
Correct.
Like it means like I don't know.
If you read somebody that says, well, the senator was agnostic on the bill, that means they had no position on it. It had nothing to do with knowledge.
Right.
It just means they had no position
Right.
on it. Yeah. Somebody writes, where to go back here? Agnostics are still consider themselves a part of theism, so agnostic is an atheist position. No, it's not. Unless an agnostic would like to admit they have some amount of theism in the world. No, it's not.
So
Grandma P will tell you, agnosticism is no more closer to theism than it is to atheism, or vice versa. Agnosticism is the rejection of theism and atheism. It is the position where you're neither.
Okay. So maybe you can help us out here and explain where the idea that of agnostic, meaning referring to knowledge, comes from.
Because in the Greek, the gnosis, and it's still used in Greece, I guess, refers to a type of knowledge. But the problem is, gnosis originally was not epistemic knowledge. That's the current usage, don't get me wrong, in Greece. But the original gnosis from the Greek was from Gnostic, if I pronounce it right. But basically, it was a very specific type of knowledge that was a hidden knowledge. It was an esoteric knowledge. It was it was information given by Sophia. Remember Sophia?
It's like a spiritual insight type of thing.
Yes, of the unknown God. So in the Gnostic literature, in the Pista Sophia, or on Origin
of the World, saying Sophia is the unknown God?
No. Sophia was the lesser aeon who fell from Pleroma, the heavens, and when she wanted emanations of her own, which is the world, she wanted to create a world of her own. And Yaldabaoth was a trickster god. He sent her away, and when she fell, she gave man the knowledge that Yaldabaoth was a trickster god. He'll be back. And then there's an unknown God that actually created the heavens. That knowledge is called gnosis, which is the arcane or esoteric knowledge of the unknown God. It wasn't just knowledge like I know there's a cup here. It had nothing to do with that. It had to do with a very specific type of knowledge. And also Sophia was also known as the syzygy of Jesus, because in the 1st or 4th century, Gnosticism was competing with Christianity, and on the origin of the world and things of that nature. So there was a lot of competitions between the Gnostics and the Christians. Christianity obviously won out, but for the 4 centuries after, the BC, from 1st to 4th century, Gnostics were still out there. They still believe that you can become one with the God. Yeah. Yeah. What I don't know. Was Sophis an emanation herself? I don't remember. I mean, was Sophia an emanation? Because I thought Sophia wanted emanations. She was a lesser aeon. I remember that. But was she an emanation from Yaldabaoth? You could be right. It's been a while since I've read that literature. But I thought she wanted emanations, the celestial spheres. Yeah. So what is theism? Atheism. That is not correct in 9092 Turbo S. If you go read the academic literature, which I always tell people to do, A is called the Greek alpha privative, and it represents the negation. It means not without. So if the proposition God exists, then the negation, not, would be God does not exist. So the A in atheism is to be understood, according to Paul Draper and Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, in philosophy, as the negation of theism, the belief, the negation of theism. So the A is not without theism. It doesn't entail that? Yes, only because if you believe there's no God, that entails you without theism. But that's it's an implicature. It's an implication, a rational implication. If I believe something to be the case, then I don't believe it's not the case. So an atheist believes there's no God. They are without theism. That's true. But without theism is ambiguous. I could be without theism and be an atheist. I can be without theism and be agnostic. I'd be without theism and be a theological non-cognitivist. I can be an ichtheist. All those are without theist or theism. They're not all the same position. And why would you want them to be the same position? I'm not the same position as a theological non-cognitivist, but they're both without theist. Neither one of them atheist. Matter of fact, the theological non-cognitivist says atheism is not even a category. So the theological non-cognitivist, they're not atheists, they're not theists, they're not theists, they're not atheists. They're nothing. Reason? Because they don't think any of those sets have meaning. To them, they're meaningless sets. They don't express anything. That's their position. But if you go ahead to a theological non-cognitivist and say, oh, well, you don't believe in God, you're an atheist, you're now just destroying their position. You're eliminating their position. You're telling them that there's something that they're arguing they're not, because that's their position. Why would you do that? I don't know what happened to Vesper. Maybe he lost internet connection. Do you believe a God exists? No, I'm agnostic. Do I believe there is no God? No, I'm agnostic. I'm neither a theist, I'm neither an atheist, I'm agnostic. I hold no belief either way, which is what an agnostic means. It is somebody who has no position either way. Agnosticism in modern contemporary philosophy is the psychological position of being agnostic on a proposition, where agnostic is somebody who does not have a position either way. There you go. That's how it is in philosophy. I don't know why people want to argue with that. If you don't want to adopt philosophical terminology, that's fine. But don't say that you have precision. That's like saying, well, I don't want to adopt evolutionary terms. If a creationist says, well, theory means guess, evolution means change, you have to let them do that, or you're doing the same thing they're doing. They're like, well, I don't want to use scientific terminology. To me, evolution just means change. It doesn't mean change of allelic frequency or heritable traits in any given population from one generation to the next generation over time. Nope, that's not what it means. It means change. Why? Because the dictionary. If you allow for lacktheism, you are epistemically committing yourself to allowing a creationist to do that. And I don't like to do that. I don't want to give him any leeway like that. Or, a theory. Theory is a well-substantiated body of facts that have explanatory power and repeated predictabilities. That's what theory means for scientific theory. But a creationist will just say, oh, well, theory means guess. Why? Dictionary. That's how it's used in the everyday usage. That's the same argument that lacktheists use. I don't use everyday usage. I'm not here to explain everyday usage. Everybody knows what theory means as a guess, but a scientific theory is not a guess. If you want to explain science, you don't tell people a theory is a guess. I want to explain philosophy. I'm not going to explain philosophy as lack of belief atheism, because that's not what it is in philosophy as standard. I don't know why people don't appreciate the consistency, whether they agree with it or not. Why don't they appreciate the fact that if you're going to be consistent in science, why not be consistent in other domains of discipline as well, or discourse, like philosophy? I am without theism. I am without atheism. Theist or not atheist? I'm not an atheist. Excuse me, a theist or not a theist? I'm not a theist. Atheist or non-atheist? I'm not an atheist. Logically speaking, an agnostic is neither a theist or nor an atheist. They're not theist. They're not atheist. They're a conjunction of that. They're literally somebody who has no position either way. There's somebody who doesn't believe there's a God, and there's somebody who doesn't believe there isn't a God. That's an agnostic. So just because you're agnostic doesn't make you an atheist, doesn't make you a theist. Makes you neither. So I don't know where the confusion is. It literally is somebody who's neither theist nor atheist. It is not theist and not atheist. Matter of fact, if you look at the math, in fact, do you want to see the math? Would you like to see the math? I can show you the math. Here, one sec. I'll show you the math. One second here. Let's look at the math here, the logic. It's not even from my paper, but I'll pull up Dr. Demi's paper. And by the way, Dr. Demi read my paper. You know what he said? Quote, that he found no substantial errors. Or substantive. I don't know if he said substantive or substantial. Whatever, but he found no errors of any consequence. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. Because I had Dr. Demi read my paper. And he wrote this, so let me show this real quick. I got so many things going on here. Present, screen share. Oh, that's not. All right. Can you guys see that on the outside? I'm gonna try to blow it up, but it's really might be hard to see. That just disappeared altogether. All right. You should be able to see that pretty clear. All right. This is the logic. Again, if you're going to show me I'm wrong, show me the logic's wrong. Theism, that's a biconditional. So So somebody who's a theist is not an atheist, not agnostic. If you're number 2, you're an atheist. That implies both ways as a biconditional that you're not a theist and you're not agnostic. Number 3, if you're agnostic, you're not you're in the set of non-theist and non-atheism. These are relationships, and he actually shows them visually here. Right? This is called the hexagon of opposition. So if you're in the theist, you can't be a non-theist. If you're a theist, you can't be an atheist. But you can be if you're agnostic, you can't be a theist. You can't be an atheist. These are contradictions, direct contradictions, and these here are contraries, which means they both can't be true at the same time. Or subcontrary, I guess, in that case. No, they're contrary. Yeah, they're contraries. They both can't be true at the same time. So I can't be agnostic and atheist, agnostic atheist at the same time. That dotted line means contrary. But I can be a subcontrary. The subcontrary are these other dotted lines here. So if I'm if I'm a non-theist, well, I'm a non-theist. That means I could be implied by atheism. Here by what's this line here is called a subalternation. So if in this category of atheist, by subalternation, I'm a non-theist because all atheists are non-theists. But see that arrow has a little directional symbol on it, that little arrowhead right here? It only goes one way. That's because atheism is a proper subset of non-theism. This is what I'm saying. If you start reading the academic literature, it makes sense. And these are peer-reviewed papers. And people says, well, what about peer review? Well, here's peer review. What's the difference between that and science? But all non-theists are not atheists. So, yeah, so that's the logic right there. There you go. Show the logic's wrong. I am an agnostic, which means number 3. I'm a non-theist and non-atheist. And here's the logic for it. Does not believe the proposition is true and does not believe the proposition is false. And it's just the same thing here. This is actually a tautology. The biconditional. There's literally meaning that this is the same as this. Biconditional. Not just an implication. It just means if somebody is non-theist and non-atheist, they're agnostic. If they're agnostic, that means they're non-theist or non-atheist. There you go. Isn't academia fun when you actually read the actual papers on it? Isn't it cool? You get to learn stuff. Welcome back, Vesper. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, my phone died. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So I was just showing Dr. Demi's paper and the logic, Yeah. But anyways, any other questions from the live chat? We've been going for quite some time. Got to wrap it up. This was a long show. This was a good show. I love this show. What do you guys think? Did anybody even watch this? I had 30 people watching. That's more than I thought. Wasn't even paying attention. Thank you, guys. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, and comment. But if there's any other questions, please ask now, because again, I don't know where this is getting confusing to some. And what it is, Vesper, is I swear to God, it's so ironic when people talk about indoctrination of creationism and flat Earth, and they don't want to apply it to their own mentality and recognize as atheists they might be indoctrinated as well.
We just picked up some vernacular that's in the air, I guess.
But can you see that my explaining these things is in line with the academic normatives or standard usages?
I don't know. I mean, you're talking about this, I guess, a semantic collapse.
Well, that's something I came up with. I mean, that was predicated on Oppie's work. Oppie noted it first, but I formalized it.
Okay.
Yeah, Oppie noted that if you allow for weak atheism, you have to allow for weak theism, and then you have somebody who's weak theist, atheist, and agnostic. Awesome,
right.
Awesome, $5 says,
no problem.
4 more
I
hours.
have no problem with that, though.
Well, I mean, but why would you want? But that's confusing. Thank you, awesome clips. Thank you, sir. He wants 4 more hours for $5. It might cost you. It might cost you a membership. Join the channel, and I might go for a little longer. I might go maybe an hour.
What is your model?
Money, I'll go as long as I can, as long as I can sit. I just can't sit for very long. But
what would your model look like? Maybe you have a diagram.
I don't know. Are you not entertained yet?
No, just maybe that would help. That would help out a lot.
Keefe said, "My question is this a closed room? Are you inviting any others? Come on in. Come on in. I'll put the link out there."
Is there a model you have for your diagram or whatnot?
Yeah, that paper that I wrote is my model. I literally show
like a visual aid would help. You know what I mean?
Well, hang on. Now my thing is a bunch of crap. One sec. Well, I mean, I showed you the square of opposition. Let me fix this real quick. This is driving me nuts.
Yeah.
There we go. The square of opposition I have in my paper, that is my model. I go by Aristotelian relationships, which are contradictions, contraries, and subcontraries. And what those
So
are,
there's like 4 quadrants, but then where does agnosticism fit in?
well, those 4 quadrant models don't work. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't work.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Where would be somebody who has no position either way? It's vague. You know.
Okay.
Because somebody who has no position either way, because it's funny because they both theist positions define it as a belief. Agnostic theist and Gnostic theist both have belief, but for some reason, the topper quadrants doesn't have the belief there. It's non-symmetrical.
Well, not necessarily. It could, but it doesn't. Like it's both. Yeah.
But you want to have symmetry, and if the only thing that you're changing on a multi-diagram axial, which I didn't even get into with Jason, if the only thing I'm changing is knowledge, then it has to have consistency, and all of the quadrants have to have belief to have consistency.
It's not my favorite diagram, I guess.
Yeah,
there's other ones out there.
Yeah, but the way I was trying to explain to him is there's an ontological state. Let's start from the foundations again. Then send me more money, people. The foundations are God exists, God does not exist. There's no other possible ontological status, right? Let's consider that to be an axiom.
Other than agnostic.
No. Agnosticism is a belief. We're talking about the actual ontological status of God. God exists, God does not exist.
Right.
There's no other options.
Or
right?
You don't hold that. You don't hold the proposition.
We're not talking about beliefs. It is either the case in the universe there's a God or there's not a God.
Oh.
There are no other options. Correct? Can we start there as an axiom? Oh, did you die out again? Oh, he might have a problem with his phone. Yeah, he might have a problem with his phone. If you have so Trevor says if you have a choice of either, it's dishonest to try to force a third middle. The third middle option is you don't believe either way. I don't know why that's so confusing. Would you like to see Dr. Malpass's view of it? I could show you his image. Would that help? Would that alleviate some confusion here? Maybe. I mean, I just wasn't prepared for that, but I guess I could. Give me a second. I'll bring it up for you. And by the way, it really bugs me when people say dishonest. My work is not hardly dishonest. My stuff's based upon well-received and well-documented and well-sourced documentation. There's nothing dishonest about it. And it's accepted by every philosopher I know. I haven't found any philosopher that doesn't accept my argument. I mean, and somebody else go, well, that doesn't mean it's right. Well, no shit. But it's pretty telling that if nobody that understands it disagrees with it.
Ay caramba.
Yeah, what are you having problems with, man?
I got a phone call and they kicked me out of the whole system.
Stop it.
What the heck?
Did you really?
Not my night.
Wow. All right, let me see if I can show this real quick. 1 second here. Present. Hi, John.
Evening.
All right.
Morning.
Morning. Can you see that, John?
What do we got here?
All right. Hey, 999 Turbo S out there. If you want to come in, come in. Do you see the diagram, Turbo? See that diagram? Hey, does that agnostic?
That helps. That's helpful.
Does that look like in the middle there? Oh, wait, it is in the middle there. Show me that's wrong. This is a visual diagram that you're saying that there's no middle ground. Oh my God, there's a fucking middle ground there. Holy shit.
Did you come up with this or
what?
Did you come up with this diagram or what?
No, this is Dr. Alec Malpass's diagram on his use of reason.
Okay.
View number 3.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, see that little green line? See the little green line off to the left? That's where he epistemically places himself. He would say that philosophically speaking, he's agnostic that leans atheist. Although he's probably leaning more toward atheist now than before, but that's where I'm at though.
It's kind of like the Dawkins scale.
Similar.
Dawkins scale.
Yeah, so I mean, there's obviously there's multiple things going on, isn't there? There's the ontology of the question, which is a dichotomy. Something either can exist, something either does exist or does not exist. And then the next stage from that would be, okay, well, what is our epistemic belief on that? And the epistemic belief is believe that they do exist, believe that they do not exist, or withhold judgment.
Yeah.
But if you withhold judgment, then that makes you a non-believer, but you don't have the proactive belief that they do not exist.
Yeah,
Right, like a negative atheist, right?
And Vesper claims he knows there's no God. So he believes there's no God. Why wouldn't I want my position to be named the same thing as him? If he believes there's no God and I don't, why would we both call that atheist? He's an atheist. I'm an agnostic. John Foley's an agnostic. Why would we want the same position when our positions are different?
Yeah, because then you end up in the position where a weak atheist and a strong agnostic mean the same thing. And you're like, well,
because there's actually 3 categories being squeezed into atheism, which is lacking belief, believing God does not exist, and then knowing God does not exist.
Well, you can do that with theism too.
Right.
I lack a belief there's no God. I believe there's no God, and I know there's no God. If you do one for the
right, that's not a problem for me at all.
Yeah. Well, hang on. The reason it makes no sense to do that because anybody at that point who doesn't believe there is no God would be considered to be a theist, which I think makes no sense. Why would you want to do that?
Well, and also, if you're starting off with a true dichotomy, ontologically speaking, then whatever system you use to describe the 2 positions really should be symmetrical, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. If there's no symmetry and it's inconsistent, then your model has problems. The 4-quadrant model has inconsistencies. It's not consistent. The 3 positions you can derive a belief from, but the agnostic atheist, the way it's worded, you can't derive a belief from that, so you can't modify it with knowledge. It's inconsistent.
And you also, it's because the intuition, I think, for a lot of people is that somebody presents a proposition, then it is incumbent upon them to demonstrate the validity of the proposition. And in conversation, I mean, we can broadly speaking say that's true, but that's not necessarily the case in formal logics or epistemology. But also, it's the case that people have this weird wanting to hold on to something that they would call the null hypothesis, which only applies in statistics. It's not really got anything. And people seem to think that they tend to lean towards the atheist position on the basis that the default position is that nothing exists. But they just need to remove that from their heads when we're talking about the set theory basis of this, because that's an intuition. It's not logic.
Yeah, Cafe.
Yeah, hey man, it's good to hear from you again.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people bring up the null hypothesis. I think people forget that it's a hypothesis. It's you could call it an initial.
It's a testable prediction for inferential statistics. Yeah. And I always ask people, well, if you think atheism is a null, what's your experiment? And what about if that means that you can have an experiment that God doesn't exist, which means the theism would be the null. What the hell's the point of that?
Yeah, I think they forget that it's an assumption, and they think it's it should be considered the fact of the matter, and I think that's where people conflate the confusion. Mm-hmm. They think it should be a true initial, the initial starting point should be considered as true rather than assumption.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's also the case that the same logic and the same rationale. For somebody saying the null, I don't applying the null hypothesis to. You could apply that rationale to things that we didn't know existed previously. So, like, obviously, we used to think before black swans were discovered, we used to think that all swans were white. So the null hypothesis would have been prior to the black swans being discovered. The null hypothesis would have been that all swans were white, because we have no reason to believe that black swans exist. But that was dead wrong.
It was a reasonable assumption, at least, but we didn't know the black swans didn't exist.
This is why I'm saying the null hypothesis, and it was a reasonable assumption to think that. It wasn't a reasonable assumption to say that there's no such thing as a black swan because you haven't discovered them yet. Because
or maybe a safe assumption, you could say.
Yeah, but black swan that wasn't actually a fallacy. It's just a fact of a problem of limitations of induction. That's all.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the black swan fallacy. I was just giving that as an example of if you use the default position of the null hypothesis as only what is known, then you're eliminating everything that you could possibly know that you don't know right now. Yeah. And that's just a really bad way of looking at the world, because all you'll ever do is sit in your box and never move forward. I understand why people use the null hypothesis in this, or what they're talking about when they say the null hypothesis, because it jives with their intuitions. And my position for a lot of this stuff is that your intuitions are worth dick.
Yeah. Can I get rid of this now? So everybody sees this now. Agnostic is the middle position. It's not BP, not B, not P. It's a conjunction. It's a conjunction of that. So somebody who does not believe the proposition is false, doesn't believe the proposition is true. There you go. All right.
There's something I wanted to. There's a point that you brought up, Steve, man, that I wanted to point out that you haven't really touched on in this discussion yet, and it's something you made in a post once. I thought it was a brilliant point, man. It's like, man, why did I
made a brilliant point? Was I sober?
Yeah. No. Yes. I was like, man, why did I think of this? You said that if someone were to really define the definition of atheism as this lack theism, like as not necessarily the propositional belief that God doesn't exist, but the kind of reaction, the way they define it in a colloquial sense. And he said, if you were to consider that true, if you were to regard atheism as true, then atheism would be a comment on one's psychological state of mind rather than the very proposition itself, whether God exists or not.
Correct. It no longer becomes the ontological question of God's existence, but your state of mind. Yeah. Why would you want something like that? Why would you want atheism to be about your mind state? You want it to be about the position, what you think is the case of reality.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an excellent point, man. I was like, man, why didn't I think that?
A lot of people got that too, and a lot of people like, wow, that actually, that is silly to kind of.
And I think it's because because you address these things at a very basic logical level. Like I think what people get confused by, like Alan Watson said, before people learn the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, they should have learned this very initial premise of the logic behind it, like the yin and yang, the binary 1 and 0. They completely skip that up.
I think they should learn a little bit of classical logic. I mean, we do in math, but you don't realize you're being taught logic, right? Everybody in math learns things like the transitive property, right? A equals B, B equals C, therefore A equals C. We all learn these in math, right? And we do it almost intuitively until we formalize it. But we all accept things that are the way they are. Things are themselves, right? X equals X is learned and is not something we learn by anybody in science or philosophy. We recognize that something is itself, right? We just happen to be able to formulate it. Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. These are they're instinctual almost.
It's like, you say
the law of identity.
People have been indoctrinated by the ACA and other, atheist circles that propagate this, nonsensical logic,
Well, because they have an agenda, right? With their goal, you got to remember that groups like the American Atheist, their goal is to get members. And so if they can say, oh, you're an atheist, you believe, you don't have a belief, they get more memberships that way. The Pam Whistle, who is the editor-in-chief of American Atheist, told me on this very program that anybody who starts using American Atheist as a philosophical argument, tell them to stop. They're not a philosophical group. They're defining terms only for themselves.
Yeah.
In fairness, the likes of Matt Dillahunty and people have said that themselves as well.
But the problem is, but John, this is where they jump the shark.
It rings hollow when he sits on a stage with philosophers and argues with them.
Yeah, and says, "Oh, that damn Steve McRae is wrong." When Matt Dillahunty says, "Oh yeah, Steve's wrong," he can go fuck off, because I guarantee you, he's never ever once shown any of my arguments to be wrong, or especially the logic to be wrong. Ever.
I just find it odd though, because like having the position that atheism is a lack of belief, then people do. I mean, like the likes of Aaron Ra and other people within the ACA could then make the argument that even things like rocks are atheists. And
we talked about it earlier before you got here. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't understand like people hanging their hat on the fact that their intellectual position is undiscernible from that of a cat turd.
Well, Aaron Ra tried to recant that and say that rocks are atheistic, not necessarily atheist.
Yeah, but he goes back and forth.
Yeah, he does.
So let me address something about words and prescriptive. I actually wrote, again, an essay called By Definition. If the same place you can go find my paper, I didn't formally publish it on the site as far as a paper, but I just put it as a work in progress. But it's still there. I didn't formalize it. I didn't check for completely for error, so it might have an error, something in it. But it's called By Definition. The words you find in a dictionary, and I get so much flack for this, but it's so fucking silly that they don't understand this. Dictionaries do not define words. Let me be very clear on that. Dictionaries do not define words. What they tell you is the usage of the term synchronically.
Right.
Most of them are synchronic. There's synchronic and there's diachronic. Diachronic is word usage changes over time. Synchronic means at a certain time period. And there's what's called sensu lato and sensu stricto and sensu strictissimo. These mean broad, narrow, and narrowest. Dictionaries that you find, like an online dictionary, is sensu lato. It gives you a very general, broad view of how people are using the word in a particular time period. Doesn't mean that that's how you have to use the word. That doesn't prescribe usage. Matter of fact, most of them are antithetical to prescriptions. The only time you want to prescribe something is when you're dealing with very precise things in mathematics or logic, maybe even the sciences. But you don't.
Well, I mean, medicine and biology has prescribed language. It has to have prescribed language.
You don't want to prescribe the English language. And so when I wrote this essay, I had to make people understand, if you meet the conditions for a definition, it doesn't mean you're that word. That's prescriptivism. That word is describing, and there's a fallacy I can't coin, and it's Latin, I forget, argumentum ad prescriptorium, and basically it says trying to derive a prescription from a description, prescriptorium. If I have a descriptive thing and I say, okay, a square, a polygon with 4 sides. Now let me ask you, John, Kathy, Vesper, that describes, and I'm not saying it describes fully. It's necessary but insufficient. It's not sufficient definition, but it's just a descriptive definition. If I say square, polygon with 4 sides, does that describe a square? Yes, clearly, right? But to all
minimally, yes.
Yes, but if I have a polygon with 4 sides, 2-dimensional 4 sides, does that automatically make me a square because I fit that description?
No, because you also have a rectangle. Yeah,
correct. Unless the interior angles are all 90 degrees. It's not a square. And so
on each side, but you need they need to be 90 degrees, and each side needs to be the same length. And
right. So just because you meet the conditions of a descriptive definition of not believing does not mean you are that. That's the error of the argumentum ad prescriptorium, is that you're trying to make a prescription out of description. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Well, it's also when people argue from definitions. I've always found this odd, because obviously, as you say, like the dictionaries are that they describe usages, and the usage of the word is almost exclusively based around the utility that the word has within the language that it's being used. And you can see the dynamism of dictionaries over time, because if you pick up like an Oxford English Dictionary from 100 years ago,
Oxford is diachronic. Yeah.
And then something online, but what I mean is that the printed dictionaries, just by virtue of them having additions over periods of time, have like a low dynamism to them. Whereas something like the Urban Dictionary, because it's essentially it's a communal resource, or like Wikipedia, for example, has a high dynamism to it. But the thing that a lot of people don't seem to realize, probably because they don't think about it as much, is that even kids who create their own languages, you could have a brother and a sister who created their own language. They have an entire language that have definitions that have utility to them that nobody else is aware of. So arguing from a definition, if two people have different definitions, is almost completely pointless. But then people transfer that onto these discussions that we have around things like philosophy and logic, where it's different because we have a prescribed definition. The system is from the top down, not the bottom up.
Yeah, and by the way, Huxley did define a new word, but that's called a neologism, and a neologism is a new word, and so yeah, but that's completely different. You can't prescribe English words. If I say, hey, I want square to mean just a polygon with 4 sides in the weak case condition, which is pretty much what Anthony Flew was trying to do with presumption of atheism, is he wanted something described in the negative, what it didn't have. So I mean, you could a square, something that's not round, that would be negative squarism. Weak squarism. Oh, it's not round, it's square. But does that make sense to do it that way? No. Well, that's a good argument. Weak squarism argument. Yeah, we don't want to use words like that because it leads to absurdities and ambiguities. We want to have precision.
No, I agree. That's why I always loved your emphasis on, semiotics, semantics, and this sort of thing. Like, neologism, the way you pronounce it, neologism would be opposed to what your point with synchronic and the other time you used diachronic, yeah. Or no, I'm sorry, diachronic, right? Diachronic.
Yeah, the Oxford English Dictionary, they have a couple different versions, but the most common that has diachronic form.
Yeah. Just meaning that it's the same word. It's not a new expression. It's the same word that's changed over time.
Yeah, but atheism has been the same word since the 16th century. The only time it started changing it was 1972. So
are you talking about the flu? With flu introduced?
But flu noted, hey, atheism is the belief there's no God, but I want it changed. And now atheists like, atheism is, I accept that change. Well, why? Flu didn't even accept his own argument. He realized it had problems. But they don't they don't go beyond the actual reading and say, hey, does this make sense to do this? Should I accept this?
I think for a while, if you remember the Google Plus threads, it was because they got out this get out of jail free card. Like, I'm in a position to mock this, and I don't have to defend my own position because I don't have the burden of proof. Now you're exposing that as nonsense, and
they hated me for it. I got canceled for that. I literally got canceled basically for speaking the truth and putting out facts. And I have had some atheists later on say, yeah, by the way, I changed my position. You're right. Cosmic Skeptic has changed his position, right? Rationality Rules has changed his position. They went to school and said, shit, Steve is right.
The thing that I've always found quite surprising around like the atheist, theist, and agnostic discussion are the number of people that, not stupid people, not by a long shot, but that they just have not come into like, you'll have a discussion, they'll go, agnostic is a knowledge position, whereas theism but the thing that amazed me is the number of people that have that position.
But you asked them you asked them to justify it. Where are these words being used like this?
You look them up, and that's like the standard.
Another thing to point out is like they talk about it as though it's knowledge. Agnosticism means lack of knowledge. So it deals with the lack of knowledge, not with it's not a knowledge position.
Well, again, but agnosticism was not meant to be a lack of knowledge. Agnosticism, when it first was coined, was a normative epistemic principle that you shouldn't believe anything without scientific grounding.
Yeah, it was empirical. Yeah,
it was a normative principle. It was you ought not to believe, right? Because a normative means not ought. You ought not to believe something if you don't have sufficient justification. That justification should come from science. That's what Huxley originally coined the term for as a principle. But there are other usages, even from Huxley, and one of them was the epistemological proposition. And the epistemological proposition was gods are knowable.
Yeah, isn't that why you refer to yourself as I once heard you refer to yourself as a temporal agnostic.
Temporal agnostic, or zero data agnostic. Basically, a zero data agnostic is somebody who just doesn't have enough information at the time and there is, I don't think there's even much difference anymore. Even my flowchart, I distinctly remember I put evidential agnostic and I put zero data agnostic, and I don't even know if there's really much difference anymore.
Empirical agnostic too is a synonymous term.
I think I put zero data agnostics as God can be known, and I think the reason I put that because I do believe you might be able to justify there's no God at some point if everybody's just stopped believing in God.
See, I'm not even convinced that the proposition that God can be known is.
But here's the thing: there is something called consensus theory of knowledge, right? And if something gets to the point where it's considered to be consensus universally, like we all know certain things that we don't have to have actual proofs for, right?
Right.
And
that's part of fallibilism, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's fallibilism still says it could be wrong, right? But a consensus theory, like science is consensus theory of truth or knowledge. Sorry, consensus theory, because if you can defer to a scientist and consensus on that, you can say you know something. Why? Because the scientist justifies it. The consensus
it's like provisional.
Justifies it.
It's like provisional knowledge, but it's still knowledge.
But that's consensus. Well, I mean,
theory. But the consensus with science, I would say, is because we have a. It's not just based on the consensus. You have an epistemic
Right.
You have a test that can be conducted that other scientists can conduct, and therefore the consensus is built.
But I don't have to
It has
know any of those
epistemic
tests.
warrant, yeah.
I don't have to have all that warrant. If somebody says, "How do you know that rockets have been to the moon?" Well, because we have scientists that can tell us how to get there. We have the technology to do that. Scientists well, can you tell me how to get to the moon? Can you do orbital mechanics? Well, no, but we have people that do. That's justification for your knowledge.
How do you know experts are part of some grand conspiracy?
Well, in the same way as if your kid needs surgery, and you take them to a surgeon because the surgeon knows how to do it. You don't just because you know the surgery is possible. You don't try and do it yourself.
Yeah. Well, if a doctor tells you have cancer, you're justified to say, "I know I have cancer." You're justified. Yeah. Could you be wrong? Yes. But that's then you say, "Hey, I take back my claim to knowledge. I was incorrect about my claim to knowledge." But somebody says,
false cancer diagnoses happen all the time, and in fact, a lot of circumstances, it's not even actually a diagnosis based on an actual test. So sometimes you can have, or a lot of the time, you can have tumours in areas of your body where, assuming it is a cancer and treating it accordingly, is actually safer than biopsying it based on the location of where the tumour is. So you actually use a statistical inference based on what it looks like on imagery scanning.
But we still rely on the doctor. What the doctor tells us then it gives us knowledge.
But, the patient, the doctor position could be, well, it's most probably a cancer, but I can't say that I know it. But they say to the patient, you have cancer, and as far as the patient's concerned, their position is that they know that they have cancer. So I would agree with you.
Yeah, that might get into a Getty Air case though.
And it does happen all the time. It's really common.
Because you could actually have cancer, but the doctor wasn't actually justified to give you that information. The test was.
Well, I used to work for. I used to manage contracts for a diagnostic imaging company, private medical companies, did MRI, CT, PET CT, bone densitometry, all sorts. The number of false positives that you get on tests is amazing. But then again,
I got to go for testing too, so I'm aware. I got a lot of testing to do.
Hey, I got two questions.
Been feeling well. People know I've been sick, and it's not bullshit. So,
question number one: how do we get the standard definitions of atheism and agnosticism changed?
What do you mean by standard definitions? You mean like in philosophy?
Because you look them up, they do talk about lack of belief and knowledge.
No, they actually were changed by people like David Silverman and that group, and American Atheists. They wrote to Merriam-Webster and had them change it. Groups like I'm not saying David Silverman himself.
I'm saying. So the question is, how do we get it to change back?
Well, philosophers don't bother with that. They don't care enough. It was the political groups that got those definitions changed because they said,
I was going to say
what they were saying was we use these words this way, therefore your dictionary should reflect that.
To be honest,
they weren't wrong, but it confused a lot of people.
That is a legitimate position to have. I actually think this should be attacked on the axis, not of having the descriptive usages of the words changed in dictionaries, but just rather when people pick those words up and try to drop kick them or punt them through philosophical discussion.
You know what they should do, John?
Sorry?
You know what they should do? All they need to do is this: atheism, the belief there's no God. Alternate usages, lack of belief. There you go.
My second question is: are rocks agnostic?
No, no, because they can't suspend judgment. If you read Dr. Jane Friedman, she wrote 2 papers. One of them was called "Suspending Judgment," and she makes it very clear in there. In order to suspend judgment, it requires an active evaluation attempt of the proposition, and then you are unable to assign a truth value to it. That's called suspending judgment.
Yeah, suspending judgment it's a positive epistemic state. You need to actually have the capacity to consider the proposition.
Yeah. And she also wrote that if you suspend judgment on P because it's closed under negation, you also suspend judgment on not P. So if I suspend judgment on the proposition God exists, I am epistemically entailed by logical entailment.
Yeah,
because it's closed under negation, that I also suspend judgment on the proposition there is no God. These are inextricable from each other. This is why I keep trying to tell Jason when he's telling other people, you have to take. People say, well, there's 2 different propositions. They're intertwined. You cannot just take one without the other.
Well, it's also the case that you can, a rock can lack knowledge, but a rock is a belief position is an epistemic position that.
Yeah,
in order for it to,
but we also have words that have nuance, right? I mean, like morality. We have moral, amoral, and immoral. A rock is not moral, nor is it immoral. It is amoral, right? So that's a little more nuanced term. You don't say a rock is immoral because it lacks morality. Oh, if I'm wait, I got more money. Awesome, $5. Steve, you're fair. It is more plausible that God exists or no. I think it's more plausible that God doesn't exist, at least not in any of the Christian or the mainstream type Christian belief systems. I think that all of them have so much fundamental, discontinuities between them, and it's so much disagreement. So much disagreement.
Yeah, I think when he was asking me, he was trying to figure out whether you leaned more towards atheism than theism.
Yeah.
There's no form.
I think most people have a revealed preference about that, don't you? You can have an agnostic, and you can be agnostic and lean theistic, and then because I'm agnostic and I lean atheistic, I live my life as if I'm an atheist. Whereas you can be an agnostic. I mean, how many Jews do we have who are essentially agnostic, but they still attend synagogue, they still go to prayer, there's shul. So I think there's a lot of revealed.
Like, do you remember, Steve, that Dawkins was once asked, has there ever been any theistic arguments that swayed you? And he said, absolutely none. I think you would answer that question more interestingly. I don't know. Maybe. Okay.
Here's my view on that. When people proffer something or posit something for evaluation, that's evidential. A testimony is evidential. Claims are evidential, and I'm going to die on that hill. I'm sorry, but claims are a form of evidence. They're weak evidence, and there's many different gradients of evidence, like 15 different levels of evidence. I mean, there's like the weak, there's marginally able to change the value of a proposition to be more likely. There's strong, super strong, extremely credible. There's a whole bunch of different levels you can have, right?
I put people who say that claims aren't evidence in the same bucket as people who say, well, I don't have a belief because I know.
Yeah, well, to me, the lowest rung of evidence is a claim. That's the lowest minimum, but it's still. It
has to be, because a witness statement can be a claim, but the witness statement is also evidence.
Yeah, but
they're the same thing.
Testimony can be a little bit higher, right? But just somebody making the claim itself is the lowest form of evidence, but it's still evidence. Okay, so to answer your question, all the arguments for God, of course, clearly none of them have convinced me because it's tautological. If they convince me,
agnostic.
I wouldn't be an agnostic. So it's when people try to justify their position by saying I am not convinced, they're literally just begging the question. They're not giving you any information of consequence. They're just saying it's a tautology. I'm not convinced because I'm not convinced. I don't believe because I'm not convinced. It's the same thing. So when they say I haven't been given sufficient evidence, okay, well that's kind of a given. You're not telling them anything new. If you were given something sufficient evidence for a reasonable man standard, if you're rational, you would be convinced. So I can deduce by simple deduction that if you're not a theist, you have not been given sufficient evidence to be a theist. You're telling me nothing. That is not a justification. A justification should give you information that you cannot derive inductively.
Yeah. You remember Nicholas Suter?
But do you agree with that? Oh, I hate. Yeah,
I agree.
But he's not. His name's not welcome on here. But
all right, I apologize.
Yeah, but do you agree that is so important for justification?
No, I agree with that. I mean, I apologize for bringing this name. At one point, you guys were friends, but
at one point,
at one point,
and then he went. He basically, and I'll just say it for the record, people went to him and said, "Hey, if you screw Steve over, we'll promote you," and he said, "Okay."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, then I mean, I hold you to, man. Then I'll scratch off Nick.
He's no longer around, anyways. He's got he's not even making.
Yeah. Well, he said something once that if you can't imagine a God that you would like to exist, then you lack creativity. And I don't know if you've ever thought about what was the most logical definition of theism that amongst any world's major religion that you may have looked into, whether it be Taoism, Buddhism.
Well, I just think the easiest way when you're talking about, when somebody asks you, do you believe in God? They're asking you pretty much, do you believe there's a being that exists, that has intentionalities, that has some kind of ability to do something, that created the universe, or at least sustains the universe, where without him, there could be no universe, that could change the laws of the universe, suspend the laws of the universe, or miracles.
I'm not sure if I agree with that, but
but that's basically what we're asking. Say, do you believe in God? It's like, hey, do you believe in this omnipotent being, or this being that exists, that without him there would be no universe? That's what we're asking.
Yeah, but isn't that monotheism? Like, it doesn't that deny like panentheism and
But remember, it's just at least one. It's just at least one. Do you believe at least one God? There's other gods. Yeah. That's fine. Pantheism, entheism, panentheism. It doesn't matter. By the way,
well, the way you described it, it almost seemed like you were necessarily describing God as like necessarily to be some kind of
panentheism. Is still only one God, though, right? I mean, still the universe.
And you have
God around him.
No, I agree, but it's not necessarily a thinking agent.
No, atheism applies to all.
When you're talking about a first cause, don't you have to be talking about a single entity?
Yeah.
Or is that?
I think this. When I'm talking about deity that has no intentional states, then it's no different than the universe itself. It's again a tautology. If I say the Spinoza's God or God of the philosophers, if I say the universe is God, okay, that's tautological. It means nothing. It's like my cup is God. Okay, what's the difference? How do I distinguish? I got coffee on my mug. How do I distinguish? How do I distinguish between this coffee cup that's a God and one that's not a God? There's no properties that are different.
I can see that, but I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you ever looked into like Alan Watts. He's Alan Wilson Watts.
Alan Watts.
Yeah,
the name sounds awfully familiar, so probably I'm
British philosopher.
I'm almost positive I have. I just name.
Well, when he would speak of, he basically was a major advocate of Eastern philosophy, and he introduced it to a Western audience, people who grew up with, Christianity, the Abrahamic religions, whether it be Judaism and so forth. And he would describe the divine, and similar to one analogy he would use was a centipede. The centipede moves their arms like without thinking. And the moment, if they were to think about which leg to move first, they would get all balled up. They would become frozen. And so the notion of the divine within Eastern philosophy is not to, it's just done just like that, in the same way that the centipede moves various arms, so like it's not something you necessarily have to.
It's not a conscious thing. It's just
it's not like a thinking agent. Yeah.
Well, humans do that as well. It's
of course we do.
Like the micro movements that your eyelids and your facial eyebrows and things like that do, or when somebody like throws a ball at your face, your hand moving to intercept it. None of that is conscious. You do that automatically.
Yeah, or how do you blue your eyes, or how do you grow your hair? You do these things, but you don't consciously think about them. How do you beat your heart?
So you don't think I need to get more oxygen to my muscles because I'm exerting myself right now. Your body just does it for you.
You are now conscious of your breathing.
All somebody has to do is say, "Hey, look, your usage is fine for your arguments, but I'm going to use that. But I'm going to use more, God. It doesn't have to have intentionality, and a deity that like you're describing being." I'm going to posit as God. And you can work around that too. You can say, okay, does such a being, do you believe such a being exists? At least I know your beliefs, right? You don't have to accept my schema. You don't accept my stipulative definition that I use for my arguments. You can come up with your own, and you can say, look, that's the position I have. At least I know what you believe then. Oh, you do believe in some kind of deity, but it's kind of a, doesn't have really any intentional states, but it's something that without them, the universe can't exist. Okay, but but then what would that mean? Would that mean a quantum fluctuation is a deity?
I mean, it's true that it's usually what's implied. They're talking about the monotheistic, omni God.
Yeah.
But atheism technically does refer to all gods.
In the global sense. Now, if you read like Stanford, though, Stanford frames it does more in the Christian sense. I will admit this. Paul Draper and them, for most of the paper, it does talk about atheism is more in the Christian tradition, but it expands upon that as well. It says, it's also beyond the Christian condition, beyond the Christian tradition for a global sense.
Because
and so it really,
actually, originally the word is originally in reference to the Athenian gods, as I understand.
The original usage of atheos from the Greek referred to Christians who denied the state-sanctioned Roman pantheonic gods. They were without
Right.
gods because they were out of favor of the gods. Really, they were monotheist, right? The Christians believe in a god, but they were
Yeah.
without favor of the gods, thus without gods. When people read
It's
that,
funny.
that's where it came from. Without gods came from without favor of the gods, because they were withholding worship, so the gods withheld favor. And so
It's funny. They called Christians atheists.
They did. and Aaron Robb shit his pants the first time he ever heard that, I think.
Yeah.
He didn't want to accept that. That's a fact.
But I have
though.
a better
Atheists
question,
was for
is,
Christians. Yeah.
I have a better question, which is, what is unconvincing about all the atheist arguments for you?
Oh, that's a rough one. Honestly, and I hate to say it,
Because there's a lot.
Can I sandbox this? Whatever I say going forward is completely sandboxed and I'm not locked into.
Go ahead, man.
Okay. Honestly, I think a lot of it is personal experience. I think a lot of it is personal things that I just cannot. I can't put into words. Right? If they're oh goddamn, what's the hell that word again? See, my brain's going. What's the word?
It's okay.
I just asked for this word the other day too. Not ephemeral. Not
I think I know what you're looking for.
Ethereal?
no. When a word is, you can't put it into words. It starts with an E, and I just asked it the other day, and I still forgot it.
Yeah, no, I had said it.
When I tell people that I'm losing cognitive functions, this is not just me bullshitting. I am not. I am not well. I've been very sick for a couple of years, and it's or at least probably 8 months, especially after I got long-term COVID.
Oh, you're being serious, damn.
I'm dead serious.
Ineffable is the word.
Ineffable, yeah, ineffable. I'm going. I have to go for treatment. I don't want to get the details because it's
You get the brain fog. That sucks.
But I've got all kinds of stuff. I got to go for a colonoscopy. I got to go for an MRI. Again, I'm not doing well, but I'm at least surviving.
Sorry to hear that.
That was the same word that you had.
But that
you couldn't recall in our last discussion.
Yeah, I couldn't think of it either, right? And so my brain's not processing as well as it should because I should remember that. I just asked it.
Good.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, we just spoke about it 2 days ago, man.
So anyways, so it's hard for me to put in the, what was the word again?
Ineffable.
Ineffable. Yeah, ineffable.
You want to F it,
because
but you can't do it.
I've just experienced some things that to me doesn't necessarily point to a God, right? I can't say any of it points to a God, but it points to me that there's just something about reality that we probably do not have a good grasp of. And there might be things out there that I wouldn't necessarily call supernatural per se, but beyond the natural, preternatural would be a better way to describe it. Preternatural.
Yeah.
And that might be some kind of intelligence out there that's overriding something. Do I think it's the Christian God or anything like that? No. But I'm at least agnostic to the point where we are so epistemically limited and because of our own personal experience that we have a hard time rationalizing those personal experiences completely.
Well, you and I, Steve, were talking about this the other day. Oh, one sec.
No, go ahead. I just said fair enough. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that's a cop out. I don't think it's a bad argument. This is like, we all have personal experience. If I never experienced anything that I've ever experienced, I probably would be a straightforward atheist. Yeah.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, I have been trying to convince you to engage in mystical.
I thought aren't you a polytheist?
No, I refer to myself as a perennialist.
Perennialist, okay.
Yeah, perennial philosophy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
the golden thread that runs through all.
Yeah, that's right. There's a common core, and that we all have the potential to experience. And
but that implies that something more. Perennialists would say, look, it might be another dimension, or there might be something, but it believes that there is something beyond our own existence.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. I think the whole point behind, the mystic is not necessarily, it's not like some trans-dimensional realm like Mortal Kombat. You know what I mean? Like, I think like what they're perceiving is this one unity, but it's a unity beyond what we know here in the now. Like it's reality itself. It's all space and time, but they experience it as one in a phenomenon in consciousness. And there's a way to glimpse that.
But that would be something that would be, there's something about the universe that allows for that.
Yeah, I agree. Because
that's where the
think
confusion is. I mean, because think about this. Philosophy of mind, the mind-body problem, right? The Big Bang cosmology. We have so many unanswered questions and maybe even unanswerable, right? So I just think that for me personally, it doesn't make sense from personal experience to justify an atheist position. That doesn't make somebody else, incorrect for having an atheist position. Their experiences are different from me. I can't judge them for what their reasoning is, right? And they might be right. There might be the case that there is no God, because there is no God or there is a God. There is no in between there. But I can't justify holding that belief. Yeah. That's it. But but you agree it's not arbitrary. It's well thought out. I don't sit there and go, well, I don't have enough evidence. I just lack a belief. No, I don't pull that bullshit.
Yeah, but I don't think most, atheists that are really serious about the philosophy do that. You know what I mean? They don't say that God is an impossibility, especially you're a fan of Grandma B. We've talked down on, even Matt Dillahunty will say he never holds 100% certainty, but I think there's a reason.
He doesn't hold for certain that X equals X? Or he doesn't hold for
No, I mean, he doesn't say that there's, he's not 100% certain that there is no God.
Oh, okay. When the God comes, yeah. Well, I think anybody who says they're certain about God one way or another doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. Even a knowledge claim. Somebody claims to know there's a God or know there's not a God. I have to, question that a little bit.
Anything that really
question me all you like.
Anything that really requires an observation or a concatenation of observations of the physics of our universe and how we believe it works, I don't think you can ascribe 100% certainty to. Obviously, there are things within logic and mathematics that you can, because the systems have a fundamental set of axioms that can't be broken.
Right. Like all the Omni paradoxes.
Yeah, but because we are not aware and can never be aware of all of the fundamental axioms on which our universe operates, that means there's always scope for doubt. So.
Well, let me ask Vesper. I mean, when you say that there's no God, are you talking about like a universal consciousness itself? Like, are you absolutely convinced that the universe exists independent of any kind of being that is a cause, whether it be necessary or contingent, from which the universe comes from? Are you claiming that kind of level of knowledge, or just the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
It's hard to get into. It's a little bit much to get into.
Okay, I agree, and I don't mean to push you on the spot, but do you agree there's really only three possibilities: infinite regress, brute fact contingent, necessary being? Yeah. Okay, so if those are the only three conditions, and infinite regress, I think is the most difficult for me to even wrap my head around, because what would be an infinite past? It would be very difficult. We can't think like that. Our brains are not designed to think of infinite regress, but it's not illogical. It is possible. But if we were looking for answers, that's the most disconcerting of them all. But a brute fact contingent would be something that is a contingent being, but we just don't be able to understand it. It's pretty difficult to understand as well because of epistemic limitations. Necessary being does seem the most likely. I will grant that there might be. That means that the universe must exist in some form. But then, why must the universe exist in some form? That's the billion-dollar question. Let's assume necessary being is the one of the three that you accept. Which Arnold will never do because he doesn't understand what necessary being is.
The thing that I've never got with the argument, with the necessary being argument, is why does it have to be a necessary being? Why can't you just say necessary universe?
Because the being is where the universe comes from. That's the grounding for it. The original.
Yeah, it's a source.
Yeah, I understand that, but aren't we? We're adding on an assumption that
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be this universe. It could have been prior universes to us.
Yeah, but, so I guess what I mean is that the necessary being is sort of like
you could argue the universe is necessary being that's been argued before.
Yeah, but it's why the being it's
kind of like this.
Being that implies intentionality.
No, being just means object. Being means object. Yeah. Necessary object. Yeah. So when you say necessary being, that means there's a necessary object that must exist.
Right. Okay. So, that may be a misunderstanding on my part. What was intended meaning by being then?
No, just
the analogy I like is, consider an orchestra. You hear a symphony played, a certain melody, and you can hear various modes and songs of various sorts. But what's underlying all these various melodies is the entire array of the musical notes. Yeah. And so that must necessarily exist to draw upon from to create these various melodies. So, it's trying to, I guess, in other words, there's kind of like a transcendent source from which all these things manifest from is basically
I might talk about that coming up because I had asked if people want me to talk about the argument from reason, which would be a C.S. Lewis argument that like Jim Bob tries to run but butchers. because he's always what Jim Bob made by Jim Bob tries to do is he's trying to argue what's called argument from reason against naturalism, which C.S. Lewis kind of made famous, but there's some problems with it, obviously. Or argument from beauty or aesthetics, and by far the vote was for argument from beauty, which was really surprising. So I've got to be I got to do that one. But I think that's a fascinating argument too. I know Richard Dawkins can't stand argument from beauty. He doesn't think it's a good argument.
It's like literally a logical fallacy, isn't it?
No,
appeal to beauty.
No, it's not. It's not valid.
Well, I mean, Dawkins calls pantheism next up atheism.
I at least give the most charitable interpretation for the argument from aesthetics, and which I'll be talking about. But none of these aren't exactly bad arguments. They're not great arguments to get you where you're going. But a bad argument would be something along the lines of something that has a contradiction, right? When somebody says P implies Q, Q therefore P, that's a fallacy, right? I've seen those kind of arguments. Those are bad arguments. They're just bad. But these arguments have been around for a very, very long time. Some of them may not be that great, but I don't know they're like exceptionally bad per se.
Yeah.
There's a difference. When I say a bad argument, like I hear atheists give more bad arguments than theists anymore. It's like, come on, dude, that is so stupid.
Yeah, you know? I wish you could put it up like on demand, Steve. That meme you created where you're staring off into the earth, and it says, "Oh, wait a minute, it's all political sophistry." Yeah. And Matt's behind you saying it's like, "Wait, it always happened."
Yeah, I have that.
I think that sums up everything, dude.
I don't know where it's at, but I mean, I have. I mean, I can find it.
That's awesome, man. Like, because it really is. It does come down to that, man. Because like, I think what you stand for is, a very sincere and passionate discussion for truth and these topics. Whereas, what they're trying to push is some kind of political agenda, and that creates that primary division between those two things.
Well, that's if you put me in Chat GPT, Pi, Copilot, Bing AI,
you come out.
Every one of them says that is what my channels were for critical thinking and learning about these things, and yet I've been so vilified for it by the atheist community. But now, years later, the atheists are going, "Oh shit, maybe Steve had something to offer." And now I got to tell you, I swear to God, that may or may not exist. The atheists that listen to me, I can tell they've been doing better in debates.
Yeah, it's almost to say that their effort is to stifle critical thinking.
Well, I got woke, and woke stifles critical thinking.
Yeah,
well,
groupthink.
There's no doubt that they view religious belief of all kinds. They're not just trying to get to the bottom of whether something is true or not. Whether Matt Dillahunty or he's famously saying that I'm just interested in finding out what's true. But his approach to sort of religiosity is that it seems to religions can be comprised of good people, but religions in and of themselves are a bad thing, and I think that's because that seems to be a product of the very sort of orthodox Christian upbringing that he had, and I don't think anybody would argue against that, but it obviously impacts the motivations of the people.
Man, he has said on some episodes, I've heard him say that, if he could rid of religion, he would. Of course, he wouldn't outlaw it. He would want people to reach their own conclusions. But his assumption there is that people would logically, naturally find their way to atheism practicing critical thinking. And I don't think that's the case. I think, McRae is like a huge force to demonstrate that's not the case,
Well, I think he's all he's doing is he thinks it's rationality all the way down, and that's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, it's turtles all the way down. It's always.
I don't think it is. I think I think imbuing things that we don't understand with agency is something that humans do. I think it's built into us just by virtue of our evolution.
I absolutely agree, and I think their approach is very close-minded, and it does stifle the type of critical thinking that Steve,
Well, just because it's natural doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah.
Okay, G.E. Moore.
I remember I was having with people who were. I'm sorry, Steve.
You're roboting hard.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm glad that you're
I
able
love
to
this.
find that.
Yeah, like, this is the image you're talking about, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Wait, it's
Yeah,
all
it's
political
exactly-
sophistry? Always has been.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
didn't
like-
even know you're the one that made
Yeah,
that.
I
I
made
did. I
this.
remember running across it on a
Yeah.
stream, and I was like, "Man, I gotta save this." And I said, "Save this to my phone."
I doubt Matt's ever seen it, but yeah.
Yeah, perfect, man. I think it's a perfect image to describe what's going on here.
It's
man.
exactly what it was. Lactheism was a
Yeah.
political movement. That's all it was for. That's all they used it for. It was to get
Like,
members.
well,
And it still is. It
Still is.
Oh, well, they won.
Did
What are we gonna do?
they? I got to tell you, look at how much they fractured. Look, I've been promoting critical thinking now for 10 years on YouTube. And yes, there have been fractures, let me tell you. But if you notice, the people that are no longer around were the ones who never had or didn't use critical thinking. Look how many shitty people have left, our communities in disgrace for being horrible fucking shitty people that lied to people. And yet I'm always the one getting the fuckstick end of the deal, right? But here I am still promoting it. But look at the people in the atheist community. Oh my God, they went fucking full woke, and look what happened.
Well, that's fine. I mean, atheists are not like tied to
I agree
American
with you,
atheists.
but why were they why were the atheists bringing in shit that had nothing to do with atheism?
I don't know. They had an agenda, I guess.
Yeah,
Political.
I think it is an agenda. It's like intellectualism. I wrote in the chat, I'm like, I'm not smart enough, but surely someone is, and that's why Matt Dillahunty is my intellectual hero. I'm like,
Look at what's his
get the hell
name?
out of here.
Look at the former president of American Atheists, right? What's
Which
the guy's
one?
name again?
David Silverman?
Yeah, Silverman. Now he's like a far right dude.
Yeah, well, I don't like Silverman's policy, but here's the thing, though. Silverman never screwed me over. Never screwed me over. And I mean, I treat people how I'm treated, right? So I mean, I'm going to give them the respect that they give me. I don't believe I'm not MAGA, right? I'm not right wing. I think Trump is a piece of shit, but
He just like sold all his credibility out the window.
I don't understand if people. I don't look, and I'm not trying to shit on people that are Trumpians or MAGA, but I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Doesn't American
It's an easy grift. That's why.
it holds roots. Go ahead.
Would you guys be just if you guys found out I support it was a big? And by the way, people say, I know they're going to say, they're like, well, Steve, didn't you vote for Trump? No, I didn't. Didn't you want Trump to win? Yeah, over Hillary. But I also said, if you remember, during those hangouts during the election, all those years ago, I was very clear. I said, look, I just want the world to burn so we can learn something from it, pick up the pieces, and move on, kind of stuff.
Accelerationism, huh?
Sometimes you got to burn shit down. Control burns. Trump is that person. Now, I did admit I had no fucking idea how bad it was going to be. I will take I had no way. I'm not psychic, okay?
Yeah.
But now the people want to vote him back. What the fuck is wrong with you? My roommate would beat my ass if I voted for Trump. She would kick my ass out the door. She will fucking stomp me. She will curb stomp me if I voted for Trump.
Who's the alternative?
She wouldn't curb stomp. But I mean, would you not be disappointed as fucking me? Yeah.
I don't know, man. If Trump
My
lit
roommate's
up
back from work, by the way, but she's
a blunt in the Oval Office, and pronounced all cannabis legalized, maybe he'd have my vote. But
I kind of don't want him to go away because he's doing so much damage to the whole entire Republican Party. He's taking them all down with him, slowly but surely.
Okay, I know we've long derailed the hangout, which is fine because it's what we do. But
My bad.
No, it's good. Let's do it. Let's I'm having fun. You guys are listening, and so we're long since moved past the topic, and I get that. But here's the thing: you're right. Trump has been advantageous in the long term to show the policies we shouldn't have. Okay.
Right.
He has decimated the Republican Party, and I'm from the Republican Party, at least the conservative. I named my daughter after Ronald Reagan, for God's sake.
Yeah.
I think the thing that upsets people most about Trump is I don't think he's weakened the Republican Party in some senses, but in that the Republican Party's real only means of any kind of success is by hitching their wagon to Trump now.
Yeah.
He's the only sort of realistic candidate that they could run.
But that's only because look, Biden is not capable of running again. I'm sorry, he's just not.
It's Biden's
Biden's cognitive decline is unbelievable. But I think the problem with
Got a good bill of health.
He got a clean bill of health. Yeah, I don't know how. Somebody
no, he didn't. Come on, this is clearly bullshit.
Somebody's paid off.
This is clearly bullshit. The guy.
I know.
The guy ricochets around the stage after. I mean,
he's lost. He's lost half the time.
Yeah,
I don't want to get like that. I'm like
he's the walking definition of senility at this point.
Yeah, I don't want to get like that. That scares the shit out of me.
I think the reason that it's not evident to as many people the damage that Trump has done to the Republican Party and the conservative movement in the States is because, firstly, Trump isn't really a Republican. He spent the vast majority of his life as a Democrat. And when he decided to run for politics, he knew that he aligned himself with the Republican Party, I suspect, purely out of utilitarian. He thought that it was achievable, not because they actually aligned with his beliefs. So he has morphed his beliefs purely to get an end result, not because he actually sincerely believes them. So that's a fundamental error. But the problem, of course, is
of his own.
But now the fact that people are trying to, like individual states, are trying to remove him from the ballot, I would argue unconstitutionally. Essentially, he gets more. The more they attack him, the more support he gets, because people see it as them as the machines, the machinations of the machine, trying to prevent them from having the person that they want to vote for.
Yeah, well, incitement of insurrection is pretty much a deal breaker.
Yeah, and I don't know how he's going to even run again. If you're in the insurrection, you can't run. You're committed of a felony, but the leader of it, that's what they're trying to get him on. Wait a minute, if they're arguing if the people who did it can't hold president office, right? Well, then why he's a person that's responsible for it?
The problem that you've got is the Brandenburg test. For him to the Brandenburg test, he doesn't meet the burden of proof for it.
That he wasn't responsible for it.
Well, no, as in the Brandenburg test, you have to have an immediate and obvious
act. Yeah.
Which isn't the case. I mean, so you would have to get. You would have to get
his acts. I mean, he was doing the words.
But what I mean is, so if I say to somebody, "Hey, go and kill this person," and then they go and kill that person, then there's a straight line between those two acts. But you've also got the grenades that the Democrats were lobbing at Trump, the fact that they were claiming that his election he had stolen his election.
He was saying that his
result in 2016. But I guess there's so much going on here, and we don't have any clear and concise. Trump was repeatedly saying, peacefully protest, make your voices known. And then Twitter at the time removed the fucking tweets. And then people on the Democrat side of the argument were going, he never told them to calm down. He never told them that they essentially...
It doesn't matter. It was insincere. I know he did. I remember him, but his words were hollow and people weren't listening to him.
But Rudy Giuliani saying it's going to be a trial by combat.
Yeah, he was inflaming big time.
We need to fight like hell and whatever.
He's going to end up in jail. Taking Back Eden for 2 Canadians says, Christian president or Muslim president? Please pick one. Christian.
Muslim.
No, Christian. I do not.
Well, it depends. It depends which flavor of Christian.
Yeah, and Muslim too, because I don't want Sharia law.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Yeah.
And some Christian, I wouldn't mind. I mean, if you're like, I don't know, general Protestant or something. I mean, if you're a fundamental Baptist, I got problems with that. If you're going to promote young Earth creationism and stuff. Somebody asked me what my roommate is. I would say she's probably an alternate Christian. I would call her. Yeah, she's not your typical Christian. She has like occultist views too.
Nice.
Yeah. She believes in a lot more stuff than I do, like spirits and stuff like that, sage and whatever.
Cool.
But I respect her beliefs. She respects mine. We get along great.
If I
don't argue on that.
If I can just ask, I'm sort of curious to know. I'm not a huge fan of Trump because I find him so completely bombastic, and I wouldn't.
He's a horrible man.
He's not. He's a narcissist, but at the same time, he does have a lot of political support. But my general disposition, my general political disposition, is that of a centrist. Mm-hmm. But and but I being a centrist these days, because the left is barreling so far left at such a rapid pace. Actually, I think I'm more of the position of sort of like a late 90s, early thousands sort of classic English liberal conservative.
Well, our far left in America would be considered centrist in Europe, essentially. Center left, maybe.
Are you more of a Sargon of Akkad type political leaning, John?
Yeah, I mean, I would actually say that in the vast majority of circumstances, I am. Mm-hmm. But I tend to, I'm more of the. I lean towards, and I'm heavily. I highly value the concept of what are negative rights. So freedom of authority, freedom of or like autonomy, freedom of speech, freedom of association, the things that, if everybody else just leaves me the fuck alone, I have, and the enjoyment of that is that if you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. And somebody has to, in order to prevent me from speaking, somebody has to go out of their way to prevent me from speaking. So when I say that the rights are a negative, it's like if somebody doesn't expend any calories trying to stop me, but then of course the social duty I then have is that if that's what we're going to do, I'm not going to go out of my way to prevent somebody else from speaking or to limit somebody else's autonomy or their freedoms.
Yeah.
And we're barreling into, people want to curtail those freedoms for the slightest slight.
Leaving you alone could have a very broad scope.
I want a third party, the independent, that could possibly win, whether it would never happen, that takes the best from all sides. I want lower taxation. I want to get rid of earmarks. I want to get rid of term limits. I want better education. I want better social programs. I want better things for the homeless. All these things are, what people should want, but there's nobody that advocates for all the good stuff. They're more worried about abortion rights, and there's no compromising on any of that. So you got two political groups that will not compromise, so they're never going to get anywhere on abortion. That's going to be just a cluster quagmire forever because nobody wants to compromise. And then, other things they want to argue about is like, immigration. There's ways to fix that. There's ways to have...
my position, I mean, it's a UK-based position on immigration, but to my mind, I would like the total number of immigration to go down because we've had so many people from such...
For your area, yours is not immigration anymore. It's almost like an invasion.
It basically is. I mean, all of the 50% of the social housing in London is housing people who weren't born.
But your government allows for this. Why? Why do they want?
Aren't you from... Canada? You're not from Canada, McRae, right?
No, I'm from California.
You're California? Okay, so you're in the United States.
It's a shithole here. California has gone to such crap. I've never been as least I've always been patriotic in my life. My mom and dad were patriotic. I joined the military patriotic. I believe in guns and country kind of stuff. I've literally been least patriotic seeing the shit that's going on in America than I ever have in my life. It is absolutely mind-blowing what is happening, and nobody seems to want to be able to fix the problem. Nobody seems to care. It's all the fact I think there's some big factors. One, Common Core dumbed down America. Our educational system has literally failed our kids. They started with Common Core, and it just got progressively worse. I am sorry, whatever your political leaning is, but you want to spend more time on learning about gender pronouns than you do the reading, writing, arithmetic, get the fuck out of the education system. Go learn it from your home or something like that. So when you see...
My last teacher conference with my daughter, I went into the school and they were waxing lyrical about how they'd spent an entire month on Black history, despite the fact that white just teach fucking history.
Yeah.
I'm getting maths homework back from the teacher that the teacher has marked incorrectly.
Yeah. No, I remember going to a parent-teacher conference when my daughter was in third grade, give or take, maybe second, I don't know, but it was early education. And I had asked, what about stuff like that. And the teacher said, look, we have to do by the standards, but I also teach these other ways instead. And I'm like, thank God. And this was a STEM school too. But yeah, I've seen the dumbest questions asked. I've seen kids get out of high school and they don't know shit from Shinola, as my dad would say. They can't read time. They can't do basic fucking things. They are literally what I consider to be stupid for all practical purposes. And they think that they're going to be getting some great job, making $100,000 a year, working 6 days, 4 days a week and it's just like, they have no idea about reality. And the sense of entitlement is just, and this is what I see all the time. Every time I'm out somewhere, I think to myself, what the fuck happened to this country?
It sounds like George Carlin's American Dream,
I used to work at a hardware store in the United Kingdom called Homebase. I was working there when I was putting myself in university. It was essentially a weekend and an evening job. This is back in the day when tills were.
You broke up.
He just went up. Vesper, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking.
California.
Also California.
Northern
All
or
right.
southern?
Southern.
Southern? Where? How far south?
Sort of in the center in a bit.
Okay, so Barstow region, maybe somewhere around there.
Ventura County.
Ventura. Okay. When you go to Ventura, Oxnard, when you go to areas like you got
Santa Paula, Fillmore,
all that area around there. There's a pass that goes up to Barstow, that mountain pass, in the area right after LA. When you go to a 7-Eleven in those areas, would you go there past 11 o'clock anymore? Because I can in my area.
I don't know. I don't have much.
I live in Riverside County, and it is scary as shit. I mean, it has become a war zone here.
That's why you got to buy a gun, man.
We heard 8 gunshots the other night.
I'm surprised by that.
Well, I'm in Texas, I know.
I don't know.
One thing
it wasn't
about
like that 20 years ago, though. I'm sorry, talking about roommate. 30 years ago, this area was kind of nice.
What do you think of that? I'm pretty sure you've heard the Bill Hicks take, the comedian that said,
I know Bill Hicks.
that it's all charade. Like, oh, this politician is more to my liking. I think I like the politician to the right. Well, wait a minute, they're being held up by the same puppet master.
Yeah.
Like,
pick your poison. They're all going to do the same thing.
There's a lot of anecdotal talk here.
Nothing ever gets done, though.
I think right, Steve, the education.
You're breaking up.
Or quality education is terrible. I mean, look, what I was going to say before my kid charged into the room was that I worked at a DIY store called Homebase years ago. We had 8 checkouts, and the tills were crap. And there were these old, analog pieces of shit. And every few weeks or so, this company would do a 10% day, but the tills didn't automatically take the 10% off the prices. The cashiers had to do it at the till.
Which they can't do. They can't figure out.
The tills at the end of the day, I was like, these numbers don't make fucking sense. Where the fuck's all this? Why have we got more money? Why have we got less money? So we ended up holding. We paid them all a bunch of overtime. We sat down for a couple of hours with them, and we had to teach them how to take 10%.
I know. I've had cashiers for I've been in retail for 25 years. I always ask that question: how do you take 10% of something? They don't have no idea how to do it.
Even with calculator, with the closest that she got was dividing it by 100, timesing it by 10, memorizing that number, and then taking that number off of the total. Just times it by 9.
How about this one, John? Because if you can do 10%, you should be able to do 5% pretty easy too, or 20%, right? But let me ask you this: when somebody would be like, buy one get one free, and they're just like, well, I don't want to. I'm like, okay, well, I'll sell you one for 50% off, right? Well, that's not fair.
I want the free one.
It's the same thing. Yeah. Buy one, get one. I'm selling you two.
It sounds like something out of
I'm just selling you one rather than 2, but I'm giving you're not getting screwed here.
They didn't teach us fractions. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like Kevin Smith's Clerks. Have you seen that movie? Like all the consumer examples that the naive customers that come up to the.
But
counter.
why do you think I promote objective thinking, like 0.99 repeat equals 1?
Exactly, because, right?
Have you ever noticed the people that argue about that? Almost every single one of them is a flat earther, young earth creationist, or somebody who has no fucking education. Almost every single time. You don't find educated people arguing about that because they recognize the objective fact of the matter. I use that as what's called a litmus test. I literally do that because I want to gauge a person's kind of comprehension levels. Because if you're going to tell me you are going to, out argue me or show that I'm wrong, and you don't even understand something that is objective fact, I'm not going to take you very seriously. I can't do it. I just can't.
It seems like flat earthism is growing. Like I see them all over the place on Discord.
Where?
Like, there's so many of them. It's
Their
ridiculous.
Discords are getting shut down. I got a notification. This Flat Earth Discord is you're a member of it and it's being shut down. You might want to remove your account. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I don't remember what it was from. But even YouTube cracks down on their channels. They don't want people putting out misinformation, and I do think they have a right to do it.
I think ultimately it comes down to some like anti-Semitic stuff. That the Jews are in control of NASA, and that's why people believe it's a globe.
But I think that they just arbitrarily link those things together. I think they're just assholes, and so they just arbitrarily link those things.
How did you get from conning the planet?
That's probably why they're getting shut down. Like
that might be true. No, that might be true. I mean, it may not be just for the fact they're putting out, misinformation, but as a platform, YouTube has a right to, say, hey, look, we don't want people putting out misinformation. Matter of fact, I got an argument on Facebook. People are arguing, is teaching people younger creationism a form of child abuse? And I'm like, only if they don't present the actual facts. If you're homeschooling your kids and you don't follow the curriculum for homeschool to teach evolution, then yeah, it's child abuse. You're denying that child, or at least epistemic child abuse. You're not giving that child the schooling they need, and so you're not providing for their needs. If you want to also tell them, well, we believe it's young. Here's the evolutionary theory. We believe it's young. I can't say that.
Yeah.
I think it's harmful. I think it's harmful.
The problem with that, though, is that verse can also be used, can't it? So, for example, like if it's part of the curriculum, the curriculum becomes top down, and then based on that rationale, you also then can't stop a school from teaching kids about some of the insane gender theory and stuff like that because it is part of the curriculum.
Yeah,
I like this example.
Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of atheists say that teaching religion is a form of indoctrination, child abuse. Yet, if you're a strict atheist that teaches your children to ignore and not learn about philosophy, religion, then that is, in some sense, a kind of indoctrination, atheist indoctrination.
Well, I think everybody has some kind of some minimal amount of indoctrination. Everybody has bias, right?
Yeah.
When it gets when there's a point where it's affecting their lives. Jesus camps; those are affecting their lives. That's child abuse, emotional child abuse. I watched a movie the other day. I don't know if you guys ever saw it, called Lady Ballers with Matt Walsh. You saw it?
No, I didn't see that.
It is way over the top. Don't get me wrong. It is over the top, but they make a very poignant point. It wasn't supposed to be something an Oscar-winning movie. It was just to make a point, and it's supposed to be silly, and they accomplished it.
It's one point throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, it's one point throughout the whole, but it's a solid point. It's a very solid point. And that's my position. It's like, hey, we should be focusing on other things right now, a priority, not legislating whether we should mandate, pronouns to people. My position has always been clear, even on the Non Sequitur show, things like respect is earned. Pronouns are not ordered. You cannot force somebody to use specific pronouns. If you respect the person, yeah, go for it. And in your own community is fine. But once you start legislating grammar and speech, you're now no longer American. You can't do it.
Right, I've got to.
Okay, ma'am.
As you agree with Steve, I'm gonna have to go because I've got to sort kids for school and stuff. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you, ma'am.
You guys. Okay.
All right, thanks, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up soon, anyways. But that's like I said. But people will always throw out that word transphobic or anything like that when it has nothing to do with that. It has absolutely nothing to do with that. There are many trans people that don't want legislation like that. They don't want women's spaces invaded. And so you're never, like I said, you're never going to please everybody. But take a position. And my position right now has always been, or for the longest time at least, stay away from the kids. As adults, do what the fuck you want. I can't. You can ask my opinion, but I have no say in the matter, right? For an adult. But I think that when you start involving children to your ideological beliefs or your Munchausen by proxy, which I think some of it actually is, most of these kids are depressed. Most of them have on the spectrum. They're autistic. They have other factors involved, and so I think they're taking advantage of them. And I think, as a society, we need to protect them. I really do. You know. And then later on, if they want to become trans, knock yourself out. I got no issue with that.
Yeah.
Should we protect them? Should we protect them against anti-LGBT indoctrination from their churches and stuff like that?
I don't like any kind of indoctrination from churches. I think churches as social buildings are great. I think they can do a lot of help to a community. I think they provide.
They seem to think that they're not young enough to learn to hate people based upon protected characteristics under the law.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you be against like the Westboro Baptist Church? They're evil. You know, they're straight up evil. Even though they probably have the same ideology that, look, you know, you shouldn't be teaching certain things to kids. Okay, but for the wrong reasons, right? Just because
the existence of different kinds of people, do you think that's off limits for kids to learn about?
Yeah, but again, at age 5, there's certain things that they shouldn't be. The way they're teaching it is not good.
Like, you know? in order to promote tolerance and stuff.
Yeah, inclusivity becomes exclusive after a certain point. In DEI. And so, yeah, you know, that doesn't mean like
like excluding hateful bigots. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that too.
That's a good thing.
I don't think like Ken Hovind. He's a bigot, right? Would you agree? He's a bad person.
Ignorant, hateful bigots, like.
Yeah. But people that are saying, "Hey,
that try to bully people," right? You're saying it's not right to bully them.
Yeah, but a lot of the gender conformists do bully people, right? I mean, they do say, "Look, think like us. We're gonna attack your businesses. We're gonna, you know, smear your name. We're going to, you know, cancel you, so to speak." And that's been backfiring. That pendulum has been swinging back for quite some time now. I think with the Bud Light thing, that changed the landscape tremendously. It really did.
It's like a nothing burger that they made a mountain out of a molehill.
But it became big, didn't it? Though, whether it was a nothing burger, it still had a huge amount of. I mean, $15 billion losses, and
it had impact.
Yeah, it had impact. The vice president was terminated for it, and it affected other businesses, and you know, it had a major. There's a reason why it had that, and even I got criticism for it. I was right. I said it was not going to just blow over, and it didn't. I was absolutely right. People were like, "Oh, it's nothing." Like you said, it's a tempest in a teapot. It'll be forgotten about. Yeah, these losses. It's been a year, and they're still suffering losses.
It's funny because like Coors and other companies have been promoting,
but they did it differently. But they did it much smarter.
Yeah,
there was nothing wrong with inclusivity, but they didn't.
Oh, but you had a commercial.
But they didn't alienate their base to do it. That was the big difference. They didn't shit on their primary base, like the VP.
Yeah.
What's her name?
They're more subtle about it.
They were not harmed by it. Like,
but that's the big difference. You don't shit on your core to be inclusive. Bad mistake. That was, and there's lessons to be learned.
Being inclusive is shitting on the core. That's kind of awkward, right?
Well, that's what she did, though. That's exactly what she did. Yeah, she was not qualified to be in that position. She thought she had imposter syndrome. She knew that she didn't know what the hell she was doing. And she didn't.
What are you talking about?
The vice president.
Mulvaney or what?
No. Anheuser-Busch. What was her name? The vice president for Anheuser-Busch. They came up with a brilliant thing. She was a 26-year-old who didn't know what the actual branding was. She didn't understand the job. Okay, she thought she did, but she didn't. And the people in charge were so fearful to give her pushback because of inclusiveness and all this other stuff that they were like, okay, we have to go with this. When somebody should have stepped up and said, no, this is a bad idea. This will hurt our company. But even the CEO didn't do that. And that's what happens. They were all scared to have any pushback on it.
Yeah, it's crazy how that went through the filters right there.
Yeah. It was very scary. Me, I would have pushed back and I would have been labeled for it, right? I would have been labeled for pushing back, but going, no, this is not good for our business. She put herself first, not the business. She put her own ideological beliefs first. She was more worried about her than the business.
Anyway,
but she didn't understand the mandate. She didn't at all. But comparison not teach our kids what they want. Yeah, but as long as those are not harming the child, I don't think we should be able. I think parents that teach racism is child abuse. If you teach that a specific race is inferior and that should be hated, that's child abuse. How is it not child abuse?
Yeah, no, I agree.
But teaching them anti-racism is also child abuse?
No, that's teaching them normativity. You should be anti-racist. You should be, What's wrong?
That's the whole point.
Well, I teach my kids about all the world's major religions. I don't just, hold one to exclusivity. What I wanted to say, I mean, if you're going to end it soon, Steve, I did want to say that earlier I said, before I was quoting Adam Watts, but I really think it applies here is that, before you learn the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, you should learn this very basic logic that, Steve McRae is trying to emphasize and has been emphasizing for years.
They don't. I got people in my audience that don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
that if you just
go, hey, like BV, go watch what happened. Go investigate what happened. I'm not saying anything that's abnormal. They've recognized that she sat on her base. This is why they're $15 million in losses. This is because they did studies on this. They recognize the deficits that happened. I'm not giving you anything that's abnormal.
No, I will go further. If you but just understood this, then it wouldn't, certain things in our society wouldn't be allowed to flourish and propagate, such as the flat earthers or whatever the ACA is pushing, or so on and so forth. We would put a stop to it at its core. It would be what are you talking about? Do you remember? Do you remember the VP said that she wanted to get away from the frat boy image, right? She wanted to, change the imaging of Bud Light, but that was their core. Yeah, I followed it a little bit because I'm like obviously a huge company, man.
Like I said, I don't care one way or another, really. I just think, like I said, everything that happened, I called. I said it was not going to blow over. I said this was a bad idea. And it's objectively a bad idea. It cost them billions of dollars, and they lost the marketplace to Modelo, which is a better beer, anyways. Although I do like Bud Light, and if I want to go out and have Bud Light, I will go out and Bud Light. I don't give a shit.
There's so many brands under Anheuser-Busch. There's Michelob Ultra.
I like Michelob Ultra. I do. And I will go out and have a Michelob Ultra.
Yeah.
Well, for a different segment of the population, that made Bud Light actually cool.
Maybe, but it wasn't enough to carry the brand.
I mean, they're trying to expand their customer base, which is smart.
But we're smart how Coors and other companies did it by not shitting on their core base.
Well, it's a temporary blow. They're
not coming back.
Even if they didn't go bankrupt
anytime soon.
Yeah, that's not the point.
They have so much money to spend on advertising. They lure them back.
Sure. But here's the thing, though: if your company, why bother do anything if you're going to have $15 billion?
They can go super macho, have UFC, guys on or something.
Yeah, but then why bother having any marketing? It's like, oh well, we could take the losses. Who cares? We'll just have losses. There was something to be learned from the entire thing.
They can afford to have it didn't put a dent in them globally.
Yeah, but that's the point. I don't think that's the point. Yeah,
but that's not the point.
Yeah,
because if smaller companies did what they did, those companies would be out of business.
Yeah, and
that's cool. Like they did something bold.
Yeah, even if they went bankrupt, they'd probably change their logo and their whole image and still be able to sell. It doesn't matter.
Do you remember when Bud? Okay, before your time, but do you remember when the Bud Light girls turned and they were men that pretended to be Bud Light girls to get Bud Light? That was fucking brilliant. That was funny. That was amazing. That was one of the best, most successful marketing campaigns they ever had, right? And the frogs, right? That's because it was well done. That was smart. There was no pushback from anybody on that shit. See? It's how it was implemented.
It might have been cooler back then too.
Yeah, I like the real men of genius commercials.
I love the bill, but that was a good advertisement. Yeah. Nobody sat there and said, "Oh, we got these guys in drags pretending to be women." Nobody cared, because it was not done to alienate the base.
Well, you're the real man of genius, Steve.
It wasn't a politically hot topic at the time.
Nobody listens to me, man. Do you know how many times I've and even in companies that I've worked for, and I'll find something that I think that doesn't make sense. Yeah. And be like, oh, that's the corporate way. That's the best practices. And 5 years later,
as long as you keep at it, man.
Then 5 years later, I find that they changed that best practice because they realized it was stupid. And I'm like, who the fuck do you have in charge here? Because when I'm like working for these companies and I say this is stupid, they go, well, we have to do it this way. Well, I understand that, and you pay me, I'm going to do it this way. But don't you have anybody in charge to recognize how dumb this fucking is?
Yeah. Man, if I'm going to leave you with anything, man, it would be don't be discouraged by your health condition, your state of mind, all the flack that you
man. It's hard. It's like both me and my roommate have things going on, and we're at least there for each other, right, Rumi? She's my family.
Yeah, of cool. That's badass.
You can bounce back, man. Just
Man,
take
dude,
care of
dude. I really think if you keep at it, dude, I think you'll blow up, man. You already have. I mean, you went
But
through
I'm not
this whole-
doing. I don't care about that anymore. I don't do it for the views or whatever. I yes.
No, I know you don't.
But,
I know you don't. But still, I would love. And what I mean by blow up is, I mean, like these things need to be, like known, man. Like people, like this is the essence of critical thinking. It's not
I appreciate
what
that.
you see on the Atheist Experience or whatever.
Share the videos, promote the channel, become a member of the channel.
If I have your permission, man, if I have your permission, I would definitely, mirror this. Definitely.
Well, don't mirror because YouTube doesn't like that. They've been cutting down on mirroring. Yeah, don't mirror because they've been cutting down that. You can cut segments out and stuff like that, but if you take too much, they call it. And I don't personally care. I'm telling you what YouTube.
Yeah,
they call it. Shit, there's a name for it. But there's a name for it, and you become demonetized and some other. It's just it's not good.
All right.
Shadow banned or something.
No, it's called re-up.
It's not even a way to bypass that, like to alter the video a bit so that the AI doesn't pick it up.
Yeah, you can reverse the.
Mess with the algorithm.
Something maybe. If I can figure it out, I'll do it. But
if you want to take your segment and put it on your channel and put whatever, I don't give a shit. You can do whatever you want. But just be careful because YouTube is cracking down on that. It's called re-uploading.
You did say the last time we spoke that if I invited you onto my channel, you'd accept the invitation. I'd really love that, man. I would. I'll set up a criteria. I'll set up a good list of topics to address and ask you, man. So I'll take my time on doing that. I would love to have you on, man, and really pick your mind.
All right. All right, man. Well, let's call it a night. It's been a long hangout, a lot longer than expected, but All right. Thanks, Vesper. Thanks for your input. Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it. I'm gonna be.
It was lovely, man.
Yep, I'm gonna end this and good night. All right, guys. Thanks for watching this. This was fun. I guess you can't see me anymore. That's white. Damn. But like the video, subscribe. I guess I can get rid of that. Share the video and leave comments. The algorithm has been picking this stuff up. I've been getting 2 to 3 times the views from last month. So if I continue that trend, the views going up. The only reason views are important because that means that somebody's listening, and I'm getting information out. That's it. It's for no other reason. Is that why bother to put information out if nobody wants to listen? So I'm happy that people do still. And if I have 20 or 30, it's still better than 0. But if you really want to help the channel, besides becoming a member of the channel or Patreon, because I have that as well, just leave a comment and share. Just put it out on social media, and like I said, I always get back to you guys. So I am literally fading though, and I go take some bicarbonate of soda. Stomach's acting up. So good night, guys. We'll see you later on the Non Sequitur Show. Peace.